A very warm good morning, dear viewers. It is the 27th day of January 2024, and Capuchin TV committed to evangelization through broadcasting. We are today camping here at the Tangaza University College, which is a satellite of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. It is going to be a big day and a unique one of some kind, and we are expecting now participants and keynote speakers in an International Philosophy Day symposium. And for those who understand, tomorrow the 28th of January is the feast day of Saint Thomas Aquinas, and of course he is known as a great, one of the church's great theologian and philosopher, and the patron saint of universities and scholars. Joining me right now is Reverend Dr. Mungunchi Dennis, who is the head of the Institute of Philosophy. We'd just like to hear from him, get a little bit of preambles on what we expect today. Good morning, Dr. Mungunchi.
Good morning to you.
Maybe I should greet you from the local dialect.
That's right.
Jevareko Sebo.
Oh, Burundi.
Great. So, what do you expect today? What is it about this International Philosophy Day symposium?
In the first place, thank you for having me, and thank you all the viewers. This day is very important in the life of each one of us as individuals, and for us as Institute of Philosophy, which is in Tangaza University College. It is important because, one, philosophy is life. That is it. We can't separate philosophy from life. Secondly, as an institution of higher learning, Tangaza University College aims at excellence, academic excellence, and philosophy is one of the great dimensions of this excellence we are seeking. So we want to reflect our life philosophically, and particularly on this day with St. Thomas Aquinas, on the reality of artificial intelligence today. So it is very important for us.
Great. And why is it so important at this age and time in the 21st century to have discourses on especially issues in artificial intelligence, philosophical discourses?
It is really very important at this point in time, as we shall hear from various speakers, because artificial intelligence today is indispensable in our life. As I said before, it occupies every aspect of the life of man today. So we want not just to leave it as a matter of praxis, but we too want to reflect on it. Yeah, we want to reflect on it and see how to handle ourselves as we move forward.
Great. And how many participants are we expecting, the keynote speakers as well as those who are going to be following and of course interacting with those who are going to do the presentations?
We are expecting at least 280 participants, physical interaction, but it is also online, internet interaction. The number can go more than that, but here physically at least 280 participants.
And where are they drawn from, these participants? We have religious people, we have Muslims. When we speak of philosophy, some of the people might misconstrue that as only limited to the religious or the Christian faith.
Oh, thank you. That is really a very important question. It is true. To many outside there, they do think philosophy is something that is domiciled in the arena of church. But as I said before, it is part of life. Everybody is a partaker in it. So the audience comprises of people of all walks of life, religious, not religious, and particularly students, people who are in the academia, from various institutions around. Here at Tangaza University College itself, Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy and Theology, Consolata Institute of Philosophy, Contemplative Evangelizers, all those around and far.
Is it an annual event, and when did you hatch the idea of having this symposium, particularly on as you wait or look forward for the celebration of the feast day of St. Thomas Aquinas?
All right. Oh, you're right. It is an annual event, normally celebrated on 28th of January, but because this year it falls on Sunday, we had to anticipate it by a day. St. Thomas Aquinas as patron saint of the Institute of Philosophy. That's why this day is dedicated on his feast day, and it is celebrated annually. You are right. Yes, yes.
Great. So all are invited. The Muslims, I can see we have people from other faiths. We have religious men and women here. We have got students. Is it something deliberate, and do you seek to achieve anything by having this inclusivity in participation?
Oh, very much so, exactly. First of all, I'm happy you have reminded me, I've mentioned the Muslims around. Yes, they are also part of this great university. And secondly, even those who are not part of this university are welcomed. Not only Muslims, even other different religious denominations are all here. Yes.
Great. So a message to the one who's watching, what should they expect today?
What I will say is, first of all, we are grateful for participating in this event by watching us live. Secondly, I can say it's going to be a very, very philosophical, exciting day. So I really welcome each and everyone who's watching, and let's look forward and see how we can gain from this great day. Thanks.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Dr. Mugunchi. Great, the head of the Institute of Philosophy right here in Tangaza University College. And there are those who have taken part, who have taken quite a while trying to or organize this event. And joining me right now is one of the key organizers, Dr. Ochengo Juang, and I would just like him first to tell us about how was it like planning and coordinating all elements to make sure that this day suffices.
Thank you so much for having me on board. It has taken us 6 months to prepare for this day.
Wow.
Yeah, we have been having virtual meeting. We formed committees, and everybody was given a task to do. So personally, I was in charge of abstracts and articles, and other people also in charge of marketing and so on. So it has been a teamwork, and we thank you for coming to cover it today. Yes.
Great. So we speak of philosophy. There are those who have a different perception about this. Just shed some more light and what they should expect under today's theme or topic of discussion.
Thank you so much. When you talk about philosophy, people think of arguments. People are just yapping without having solution to problems. But philosophy is part and parcel of life. It's a tool, because as human beings, we must reason. And our rationality is what makes us above the animals. And therefore, AI is here with us. And therefore, we cannot run away from it. So today's discussion is to bring and to breathe philosophical input into the artificial intelligence, because it is here with us. It is going to replace humanity. No, it cannot replace humanity. But we must actually not run away from philosophical input, and also the duty of human beings to preserve themselves, not to use machines to replace humanity. So the discussion is going to round on ethics, epistemology, existentialism, and above all, on the value of humankind. Yes, thank you.
Speaking of AI replacing humanity, the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, in the 75th United Nations gathering, he also expressed in a very long, convoluted speech the worries about the possibility of AI replacing us, and of course the military technology, especially in the nuclear technology. What's your take about that? How best can we as humans make sure that we strike a balance to maintain our superiority cognitively?
Yeah, you have to realize when you talk about AI, that means this is an idea which a human person has put into a machine. Human beings can empathize, they can think, they can criticize, but a machine can't. So that's why it's called artificial. They don't have that criticality, creativity, and also to make choices. Because there's a time as a human being, you may refrain to make a choice. But AI, or the machine, which is given data, in case of any mistake, If the data is wrong, then the outcome is going to be wrong. So human beings can be able to study the situation. And when we talk about AI, we talk about enveloping. We give them environment, which they must work on. But what if we remove the environment? Then it's no longer a person, but a person will learn the environment with changings. Human beings cannot be enveloped like a machine. And therefore, when Benjamin Netanyahu is talking about the fear of AI replacing human beings, it is true, there's a fear, but automatically, and from this gathering, you have to realize, you will hear that human beings still remain superior beings. And AI is just our idea we are putting into a machine. And so the enveloping is what we are going to talk about. Are we ready to replace ourselves with the machine? We cannot empathize, which cannot criticize, who cannot make judgment.
Great.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think it's about time we are ready to start. But just in a second, what is the expected outcome of having this symposium?
The outcome of having this symposium is to have a gist of the documents which we are going to publish, which are going to guide us Africans to go through this 21st century with the idea that AI is here with us, but we must actually use it well. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ojwang. Now, at this point, I see it's time for the opening prayer, and we are camping here. We'll be keeping you updated on everything, as and when it unfolds. My name is Sasha Elizabeth. Stay tuned.
It's time. I can see everybody is ready. Speakers are already here with us. Very good for them. Our Vice Chancellor is here with us. I saw the DVC around with us. That means we are all set to begin our day. This fourth symposium of philosophy here in Tangaza. Thank you all for being here with us, and thank you for coming. My name is Father Dominic Mutuku, and I'm going to be one of your MCs today, assisted by Madam Caroline Buya. Caroline Buya, can you stand up so that people can see you? Yes, yes. She's our philosopher queen, as we say. And so you can direct any concerns and issues towards us. So I believe you have received the program. They are being distributed there. So it is fairly straightforward. So we are going to begin right now. We will have the national anthem played and the East African anthem. After which, Reverend Dr. Leo Mwenda, OP, will lead us in an opening prayer. After that, we'll get a word of welcome from the Dean of the School of Theology, that is Reverend Jude. And then the FISI will come and declare this symposium officially open. We do this today as we honor a great mind in the history of the church and the history of human thought, none other than St. Thomas Aquinas. The feast is always on 28th. That is going to be tomorrow, but we ought this day today. So whatever we are going to do today, our speeches are in honor of St. Thomas Aquinas. After then the VC opens the symposium, my colleague Dr. Buya will be here to introduce our speakers of the day, and then the program will continue. We got overwhelming response, so we'll split the presentations at some point after we listen to the keynote speakers. There is another hall this way for those who are guests in Tangaza. You'll be shown D10 for those of us who are in Tangaza, we know. So we'll have 2 presentations running concurrently so that we can be able to cover all the presenters who showed willingness and readiness to be part of this great symposium. Thank you very much. And at this time, I would like to invite Father Leo to come nearby here, and we may all arise and begin our day with the national anthem and a prayer. Thank you. Let us all arise.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Allow me to read the scripture passage from the book of Sirach. All wisdom is from the Lord and remains with him forever. The sons of the sea, the drops of rain, the days of eternity, who can count them? Heaven's height, earth's extent, the abyss of wisdom, who can explore them? Before all things, wisdom was created, and prudent understanding from eternity. The root of wisdom, to whom has it been revealed? Her subtleties, who knows them? There is but one, wise and truly awesome, seated upon his throne, the Lord. It is he who created her, saw her and measured her, poured her forth upon all his works, upon every living thing according to his bounty, lavished her upon those who love him. The word of the Lord. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. God our Father, who is the source of all wisdom, we bless, we praise, and rejoice in your holy name for allowing us to approach you and to be nourished in a fountain of wisdom that you alone is the source. Your wisdom that you allow us to share in our ability to seek the understanding of all things in this universe to a relation with their ultimate source, that is you, our God, for you created them. When we investigate the hidden secrets and seek understanding of the materiality of this created world, we hear it shouting your name, for you are its maker. When we investigate the hidden depths of the psychosomatic dimension of the human being as an individual in a community, it too shouts your name, for you created it. But it is the intellectual and the free soul that you called us to life and to resemble you. Because of this faculty, you reveal yourself to us, and we are able to perceive you and to say yes to you, to find our happiness and our satisfaction. It is this yes to your offer of salvation that makes our lives in this world meaningful. Dear Lord, it is this act of faith that we petition you. In this act of faith, we petition you to bless and to make fruitful our day to day. May our quest for understanding and our sharing of knowledge lead us to you. May you open the minds of the listeners and the presenters to perceive your mystery in the deepest recesses of the created universe and in our nature. Protect us from the machinations of the evil one and make fruitful the work of our hands. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. St. Thomas Aquinas, Holy Martyrs of Uganda, Our Lady Seat of Wisdom, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
Thank you very much, Father Leo. Father Leo is the Deputy Vice Chancellor for Administration here in Tangaza. Father Leo is also a Dominican, so it is his feast as well. Thank you, Father Leo, for blessing this day for us. I take this moment to welcome our Dean, Reverend Dr. Jude, to give us an opening word.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to recognize the presence and participation of the panelists from different institutions of higher learning and places, speakers, guests, students, formators, superiors, and everybody else who has come already and who may still come to join us today in this symposium entitled Issues in Artificial Intelligence, a Philosophical Interrogation. May I especially recognize the participation in this symposium of the VC designate of Tangaza University College, Reverend Professor Patrick Mwania, the DVC Administration and Finance, Reverend Dr. Leo Mwenda, the Director of the Institute of Philosophy, Reverend Dr. Dennis Etriga, keynote speakers, Professor Joseph Kahiga and Dr. Stephen Owino, respondent Dr. Njambeda J. Apio, respondent Dr. Babirie Oliver, all the presenters and organizing committee members, may I simply say all protocols observed. Areas of presentation will range from anthropology, metaphysics, epistemology, culture, politics, science, economics, education, ethics, healthcare, technology, security, automotive, robotics, finance, machine learning, African philosophy, human rights, algorithms, decision making, and so forth and so forth. There are many issues which come with the embracement of artificial intelligence, AI. For example, there is not much transparency which would enable the developer to easily say to another person, here is the way it works. We would give another example which falls under safety and security. The fact that there is a camera around the compound limits the freedom of the people in that particular vicinity. Those people would always have it in their minds that they are being monitored, namely that surveillance is taking place around them. Security personnel, for instance, policemen and women, come to be replaced by cameras and robots. According to writer Anthony, who was interviewed on BBC, because of artificial intelligence, many workers are being laid off in Europe, and yet that may not be able to translate some jobs accurately. Even though facial recognition still has to be improved upon in CCTVs, they take over from human security personnel, thus rendering some redundant and reducing job opportunities. This eludes trust as well. In any case, in many other aspects of artificial intelligence, we still need a lot of people to oversee and review some decisions. Thus, the need for an Artificial Intelligence Act. According to Professor Ben of the United Kingdom, a facial recognition software has been developed to control anarchy. This includes body cameras, satellite rockets for surveilling, Google Maps, and other new technologies. All the same, a question arises, namely, how could we continue feeling safe in this digital age? CCTVs are used to monitor protesters in the whole of China. Needless to say that there are also many other people who regard artificial intelligence as something positive. For example, they say that most of the computer games are destructive, whereby when you are playing them, you are just shooting things, and yet it would be better to apply a type of artificial intelligence which would be constructive, which builds and not destroys. Another example is that with Microsoft Word, we could produce and improve the quality of music. Good works could now come with little effort, thanks be to artificial intelligence. Ideas are coming up more quickly. Artificial intelligence could also be utilized in predicting climate change in order to prevent things which are already harmful to human beings worsening. Consequently, investment is needed in artificial intelligence. This would ensure sustainable development. This would also ensure that technology drives climate change in the right direction and avoids further conflict in the world. Artificial intelligence / technology could be used to help people figure out if information is genuine or not. Unfortunately, technology could also be used to disrupt elections around the world. It could be misused. For example, this year there will be 50 elections around the world. They could be disrupted. In conclusion, I would say that technology is great, but it does not replace human intelligence. The world needs human spies now than ever before.
Thank you very much, Father Jude. Let us appreciate him with one clap. Thank you very much. And now, without further ado, we are now getting to the center of the matter. And now let us take this time to warmly welcome our Vice Chancellor, Reverend Dr. Professor Mwania Patrick, to come and declare this symposium open. Karibu, Reverend.
So to our Deputy Vice Chancellor, Administration and Finance, Dr. Leo Mwenda, Director, the Dean of the School of Theology, Dr. Jude, Director of the Institute of Philosophy, Dr. Etriga, all lecturers and staff of Tangaza here present, our students, especially in the Institute of Philosophy, students from our neighboring philosophical centers who have been invited to this important symposium, and all our speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a pleasure to welcome you all to this annual philosophy symposium organized by the Institute of Philosophy of Tangaza University College with the title Issues in Artificial Intelligence, a Philosophical Interrogation. We are grateful to Reverend Dr. Etriga, the head of the Institute of Philosophy, the organizing committee, the members of the organizing committee, and all the volunteers who have arranged such a beautiful program that we are going to have today. Let me recognize the presence of our guest speakers, Professor Kahiga Kariuki of the School of Arts and Social Sciences, Moi University, and Dr. Owino Stephen, Department of Philosophy, Pwani University, and all other presenters on a variety of topics around artificial intelligence who have been invited to participate in this day. On behalf of Tangaza University College, I welcome you all. I will warmly welcome all the faculty members and students across the university with whom we will interact in this symposium. I welcome in a special way faculty and students from the neighboring philosophy institutes who have joined us in this important symposium. In the last meeting of all the vice chancellors of the universities in Kenya, held last year, December, which took place in Mombasa, as we were discussing about how to enhance digital platform for teaching, learning, and research in our universities, the topic of generative artificial intelligence came up. And the question was, how can institutions of higher learning achieve academic integrity as well as objectivity in students' assessment in the era of artificial intelligence? In an era when students possess machines and gadgets which can generate sophisticated solutions to academic problems within a second, how should education look like? Artificial intelligence is capable of summarizing texts, documents, images, and video texts. There is also the whole area around the ethics of artificial intelligence. How do we make sure that artificial intelligence gives us information that resonates with our values? It was clear that artificial intelligence can be very positive and useful in learning, as it can engage students well as long as it is used properly. It is also clear that it poses challenges to the education sector today, especially in areas of integrity and ethics. And so it dawned on all these heads of institutions gathered that the level at which technology has reached requires strategic moves to challenge learners to go beyond what artificial intelligence can give, to require from students to move from technical and logical, to move towards technical and logical thinking. And here is where I think philosophy comes in. Indeed, it is here where I see the timeliness and the significance of this philosophical symposium that we are having today, to provide a systematic inquiry on the role of generative artificial intelligence today, not only in the education sector, but indeed in all strata of human life. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the task ahead of us today, and I believe that the speakers in this symposium are uniquely placed to debate, to discuss and highlight the key points around artificial intelligence and its impact today, especially in education. Thank you all for your presence and participation. And once again, welcome to Tangaza University College, where we teach minds, touch hearts, and transform lives, as our university motto states. With these few remarks, I declare that this symposium is officially launched and commissioned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Reverend Dr. Mwania. Just drop one big one like this, one for the VC. Thank you very much for opening this symposium. Now we can be free to proceed with our business without any fear or any worry. Dr. Mwania has reminded us that we as philosophers have a key role in giving a directive to the society on matters of artificial intelligence when it comes to education particularly, but also in all the other areas of life. Now we are going to begin our presentations. And with that, we first of all acknowledge all our presenters of today, including the keynote presenters, whom we are going to call to come forward to the podium. But as I hand over the microphone to my colleague, Dr. Buya, to do that, some two lady philosophers this morning told me to acknowledge the presence of ladies today. And they say today we have more ladies than we have ever had in a philosophical forum like this. So it's no longer a business of men, but wisdom is a business of us all. We'll have time later to recognize everyone, but for now, Dr. Buya, please kindly recognize our guests.
So good morning, everybody, and all protocol observed. My name is Dr. Caroline Buya from the Technical University of Kenya, but also a member of Tangaza teaching faculty. I would like to request all the guests, those who are presenting their papers today, and especially our keynote speakers, to please make their way to the podium, even as we prepare to continue with the rest of the session. So kindly walk up to the podium, all our presenters. If your name appears in the program, whether you will be in D10 or in the main hall at the moment, you are welcome on the podium. I also invite our two interlocutors, Dr. Nyambedha and Dr. Oliver Babirie. Dr. Josephine Nyambedha and Dr. Oliver Babirie will be our two interlocutors for today. So we want to request you that as our guests will be making their keynote presentations, please note down any concerns, that is questions or comments that you'd like to give afterwards. We will do it after the two are done and even after the interlocutors are done. We'll have a chance for that. So without much further ado, I take this opportunity to invite our first keynote speaker, Professor Kahiga J. Kiruki from the School of Arts and Social Sciences of Moi University, and he is a philosophy professor to come and give his keynote speech for us this morning. Welcome, Prof. Welcome, Prof.
of the technicality has let us down, but I think we can start off. So all protocol observed. Issues in artificial intelligence, a philosophical interrogation. I had some slides, but I think they are working on it. So as we proceed, therefore, we shall be able to get in touch there. So I'm starting from what we call a metaphysical level of the question of how artificial intelligence develops. In order to be able to talk about artificial intelligence, philosophy looks at the question of the affirmation of reality. And this is the question of something versus nothing. The greatest wonder is that there is something instead of nothing. So the general term for something is reality. The other term for it is being. Reality is understood in two basic ways. That is the logical and ontological. The logical constructs of the mind. This is the realm of the infinite possibilities. The ontological aspect of reality is the concrete being, that is, the being as is, or the being as becoming. The human mind has infinite possibilities. And this is where AI, the digital aspect, is grounded within the human mind, within the constructs of the mind. The human body, representing physical nature, has finite possibilities. That means that it is analog within the bounds of time and space. According to John chapter 1, verse 1 and following, in the beginning was the Word was in God, the Word was God, nothing came to be without the Word. The Word, or logos, and the other term for it is reason or intelligence, is the source of all reality. Therefore, the ontological physical nature is a product of reason. And therefore, in my opinion, it is the artificial intelligence of logos. I repeat, the physical nature is a product of reason or a logos or the word. Hence, it is the artificial intelligence of logos, in my opinion. Human beings are the artificial intelligence, a product of the artificial intelligence or the natural intelligence of the original logos. That human beings are the AI or the natural intelligence of the original logos. The general term for nothing, because at the beginning we talked about something and nothing. When you talk about something, we must necessarily think about nothing. The general term for nothing is the horizon of possibilities, the infinite possibilities of artificial intelligence. It is the yet to be, the not yet, that comes to be through a process. And this is in regard to what we refer to as process philosophy. So Why is there something instead of nothing? That is something to occupy our thinking. AI is the imitator, the image. It is the form of the thinking of man and woman. AI is a product of human intelligence. Human being is the creator or the god of AI. He or she gives it life, intelligence, and freedom. AI potentiality includes a possible revolt against man. The risks include in genetic modification of viruses. The creation of AI risks destructive, the creation of AI is risky because sometimes it helps to modify dangerous viruses that are risky to human existence and the environment. The way Satan revolted against God by creating a virus called sin that continues to spread, man also has the capability of creating an AI that is dangerous to him, that could be a double-edged sword, positive and negative. In imitation, man or woman creates AI or viruses that can go out of our control by attacking the maker and environment. The human being, through negative energy in AI, is seen as self-contained and self-destructive. Man and woman will be the final judge of various good and evil consequences of AI. There are those AI variables or algorithms that will be destined to man's idea of good and evil. The philosophical foundations of AI. Although we have already analyzed at the beginning, then we proceed to lay the ground upon which AI is established. The concept or an idea or the construct of the mind is the origin of the tangible ontological reality. The thought of the human mind being like a computer working on symbolic logic. So this is contextualized in the human mind using symbols. The possibility of imitating the human mind and human thinking via manipulation of symbols. One of the philosophers by the name Gottfried Leibniz envisioned a symbolic language that would reduce philosophical arguments to mathematical calculations for the sake of clarity. The study of formal mathematical logic by Bertrand Russell, Alfred North Whitehead, greatly influenced early AI works. The concept of artificial brain. With the manipulation of numbers in computers, manipulation of symbols is a possibility in respect to creating an artificial brain. So man tries to make an effort to create an artificial brain that will ultimately be independent and do things similar to what a human being does. Manipulation of symbols is a possibility in respect to creating an artificial brain. It was found out that human brain worked with electrical impulses, much like digital signals. it was found out that human brain worked with the electrical impulses, much like digital signals. The idea here is that the product of our ideas are produced within the brain, whereby impulses come out. So ideas in one way or the other are electromagnetic. That is, in a way, when somebody has an idea, it's very easy to influence the other person electromagnetically. Alan Turing theorized that any computation could be described digitally. Now we are proceeding on the direction of AI, leading to the possibility of making an electronic brain. That has been the project. Computer scientists have been trying to create artificial intelligence, both weak AI and artificial general intelligence, AGI, and so on. That has been the effort. Can machines think or have consciousness? Artificial intelligence is the science of making machines that can think like humans. AI technology can process large quantities of data within a short time, thus being smarter than human beings. The goal of AI is to make it recognize patterns or frequencies, make decisions, and judge like human beings do. Thus, the AI has infinite possibilities that sends joy and shivers to human beings. Development of systems, algorithms, endowed with the intellectual processes characteristic of humans, thus reasoning, judging, recognition of patterns, learning from experience. This is the direction AI is moving, competing possibly with human beings. Some theory and some AI pragmatics. An algorithm is a set of rules to be followed in calculations or other problem-solving operations, especially by a computer. Algorithms can do medical diagnostics and assist in virtual and real surgery. The computer search engines are as examples. Voice or handwriting recognition and chatbot. Voice recognition AI can be used positively or negatively to build or to destroy people or institutions. The modern robots already effectively active in wars. Reasoning in AI. Reasoning in AI is to draw deductive or inductive references relevant to the situation. In deduction, the truth of the premises leads to the truth of the conclusion. Deductive reasoning is common in mathematics and logic. And in induction, the truth of the premises may support the conclusion without being definitive. Inductive reasoning is common in science, where data collected may lead to the formation of tentative predictive models. Computers are programmed to draw inferences. Good and true reasoning involves more than just drawing inferences relevant to the solution of the particular task or situation. This is one of the hardest problems confronting AI, because just drawing inferences is not enough. Problem-solving algorithms. This is a systematic search through a series of possible moves or actions in order to reach some predefined goal or solution. There are special purpose and general purpose algorithms. Problem-solving algorithms. Special purpose algorithm is made for a particular challenge, exploiting specific features on the situation in which the problem is embedded. General purpose algorithm is applicable to a wide variety of problems like means-end analysis, a step-by-step reduction of difference between the current state and the final goal. The task to be accomplished by a simple robot. So an example, the perception and the AI. The environment is scanned by means of various sense organs, real or artificial. Artificial perception is highly advanced. It enables optical sensors to identify an individual. The example given is biometrics. Robotic vehicles to move at moderate speeds on the open road. Language and AI. Language is a system of signs having meaning by convention. So you need to agree in order to have a language. Language needs not to be confined to the spoken word. For us human beings to talk about language and say that other creatures don't have language, that's our own idea of it. It is distinctive of languages that linguistic units possess meaning and convention. Linguistic meaning is different from what is called natural meaning when you look at what we refer to as semantics. An important variable of human language is their productivity. A productive language can formulate an infinite variety of sentences. Language models like ChatGPT and Siri respond fluently in a human language to questions and to statements. Such models do not understand language as humans do. Such algorithms merely select words that are more probable than others. Their command over language is similar to natural human beings. What then is involved in genuine understanding? Can an algorithm that uses language like a native human speaker be said to understand? Can we say that an AI instrument understands? Since language is a product of human reason, can this algorithm be said to reason? Can it be said to be conscious or in responding appropriately to the questions posed? Those are the kind of questions we ask in respect to language and AI. Methods in AI symbolic approach. There is what we call symbolic and connectionist approaches. Symbolic or top-down approach seeks to replicate intelligence by analyzing cognition independent of the biological structure of the brain in patterns of processing of symbols, hence the symbolic tag. This approach involves developing a computer program that compares each letter with geometric or symbolic descriptions, so-called symbolic logic. Symbolic techniques works in simplified realism, but typically break down when confronted with real world. Connectionist approach, bottom-up, involves creating artificial neural networks in imitation of brain structure, hence the connectionist tag. Neural activities are the basis of bottom-up approach. Bottom-up researchers have been unable to replicate the nervous systems of even the simplest living organisms. The neurons of the connectionist theory over simplification of the real thing as a challenge. Artificial intelligence, AGI. AI research attempts to reach one of the three goals: AGI, applied AI, or cognitive simulation. AGI, AI aims to build machines that think. The ultimate ambition of AGI is to produce a machine whose overall intellectual ability is indistinguishable from that of human beings. Applied AI, or advanced information processing, aims to produce commercially viable smart systems, expert medical diagnosis systems, and stock trading systems. In cognitive simulation, computers are used to test theories about how the human mind works. Thus, the theories about how people recognize faces or recall memories. Cognitive simulation is a powerful tool in both neuroscience, and cognitive psychology. The human mind has infinite potentiality to venture into infinite possibilities. The human mind has dreamt to be a creator, to be like the gods, creating monsters, robots, conjure up spirits, gain extra power to create artificial humans with massive abilities surpassing the ordinary human. Infinite possibilities are in the process of endless realization with the consequences good or bad. Potential possibilities include creating robots as firefighters, soldiers, space and underwater travelers, rescue missions, gender-neutral evangelizers, uncovering truths beyond human minds. That is the direction. Target solving human problems like diseases, hunger, climate change, helpers for elderly and infirm, friends for the lonely or the household. What is intelligence? Intelligence is the ability to acquire and apply knowledge and skills in context, ability to learn, understand, or deal with new situations, ability to apply knowledge, manipulate one's environment, capacity for logic, understanding, self-awareness, creativity, problem solving, perceive or infer information, aptitude in grasping truths, relationships, facts, meanings, and so on. The power of the mind to think, understand, and form judgment by a process of logic. Human intelligence has a variety of aspects and types, including logical reasoning, symbolic, emotional, intuitive, social, altered conscious state. Non-human animals learn to acquire knowledge and functioning through a non-conscious intuition, emotion, aesthetic, and psychological aspects. The human way of thinking is one way, but there are other many ways of thinking. Approach to AI can include human ways and also other ways, so that we don't have our minds fixated only on human beings. AI and the limitations of the human mind. Human perceptions are educated guesses, limited cognitive information. Humans have many irrational biases that cloud their judgments, irrationality of human thoughts and ideas. History is replete with this fact. Human perceptions are subjective to the individual on account of time and space. What humans see is different from what they look at. Humans don't see a direct representation of external reality, but a translation formed by their eyes and mind. Many optical illusions are uncorrectable. Human beings cannot determine the accuracy of their own minds. Reliability of the human mind cannot be known. We are our own judges of ourselves, and therefore biased. We use the human mind to test and judge the reliability of the human mind. Human concern is not about truth. They are wired to make speedy, intuitive decisions in the face of lack of reliable knowledge or truth. Human mind has limited capacity and capabilities. Humans use false information or belief systems to function and achieve their goals. Symbolic language is key to success, but limits perception. Our limited senses and methods in processing information prevents understanding. Consciousness is progress in the making, not yet agreed within philosophy and other disciplines, and also within AI. When we say that AI has no consciousness, that's only a human subjective idea. The ongoing debate as to what it is, it cannot be pinned down. A kind of awareness of one's environment, universe, and the self. Computers have a type of self-awareness. They can check for errors and correct them. A computer can have more information about some things and itself than a human being. Thus, it does have some form of self-awareness. Human-like consciousness is required for AGI, for specific functions like aesthetics taste, emotions, intuitions are important in respect to consciousness. Does consciousness need human qualities, or can there be different types of consciousness? Humans base their morality and spirituality on a worldview, but they are arbitrary to the species and often cult-bound and specific. An AI with different senses, cognitive methods, functions, and life needs would view and judge things profoundly different. Humans' worldview, philosophy, religion, and even scientific models are in part formed by our own sensory abilities and biases and distinct limited cognitive methods. Our view of morality is based on a biased subjective worldview. The AI would perceive the world differently, giving a different aesthetic view of the world. AI would not need food to drink, lust, fear of the night, may not need sleep to form belief systems in respect to morals, tribe, color, or race, and life after theories, no fear of hell or purgatory. Perceived problems of AI. Ideas range from irrational to realistic. The fear of change and the unknown. The fear of errors in computer systems that cause problems or unintended consequences that happen with new technology. Humans fear AI in weapons that decide what to kill and a computer that can develop itself on its own. Fears of cyber attacks, internet viruses, spread, propaganda in social media. The fear is when AI starts to be able to correct and change itself and develop new things, even create new artificial intelligence. Common fear is how AI will affect jobs, work, and so on. What are your fears on AI? AI in military, what are the ethical implications in the usage of robots and drones in war? Can robots be given rights similar to those of humans or animals? Right to life, liberty and freedom of expression? Meaning and absolute universal truths may just be human concepts, and we have no way to know if such things as ultimate truths or meaning are a reality. AI hence may not be in position to know or reach the ultimate truth. So long as there are humans, there will be religions. AI will challenge and change religions on account of different worldviews. Religions are human-centric in relationship with the transcendent. They are attempts to answer the questions of meaning and nature of the universe. What is the purpose and place in the universe? Human origin, what happens after death, and so on. The mystical aspect or religion of being closer to God or the ultimate reality. Not all religions are atheistic. Others recognize a force in the world, not the concept of God. AI, with a new worldview, might come to transform or dismantle the prevailing belief systems and introduce new ways of perception and belief systems. The future of AI will depend on the many factors, including the funders, the economic resources, changing opinions, the leadership in industry, institutions, and so on. I rest my case.
Okay. The clap more organized. One, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much, Prof, for that eye-opening presentation. I would like to invite Dr. Nyambetha to give her reflections on that presentation. Welcome.
All protocols observed. I'm sure that that first information that we've gotten is very interesting, and I begin by posing a question. Does AI have a future? I take this opportunity to thank Professor Joseph Kahiga from Moi University for exposing for us about artificial intelligence, and actually he has given us a very good beginning. He began by looking at the metaphysical level of how AI develops. And he posed a question: why is there something rather than nothing? He also informed us that the greatest wonder is that there is something, that is the reality. And so the human mind has got infinite possibilities to venture into this reality. And he also quoted from the Gospels, John chapter 1, verses 1. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, all that we know. And so the Word, or the Logos, or the intelligence is the source of all reality. And so human beings have the natural intelligence of the original Logos. And we who are seated here today, both speakers and listeners, will have to ascertain to that. Why is there something instead of nothing? And so what is AI? Is it the image of the thinking person or the thinking man? Is it a product of the human intelligence? And he affirmed to us that AI is actually created by the human being. And at the same time, the human being who creates this artificial intelligence can use it in a negative way. And so when AI has a negative energy, then it creates problem to the human mind or to the human person. Prof also led us to the philosophical foundations of artificial intelligence. And he also let us know that the product of our ideas are products within our brain. Therefore, artificial intelligence is a science of making machines that can work in the way or in the manner in which human beings think. He also led us to the theories of artificial intelligence. We also looked at reasoning in artificial intelligence, and he posed to philosophical reasoning or philosophical methods that are used in reasoning, that is deductive and inductive. He also took us through the perception of artificial intelligence. How do we perceive it? And artificial intelligence, when perceived, we can look at it from a biomedical model. We also went through the language in artificial intelligence. And it's true that in order for a particular people to agree or to come to a common ground, then we need a language. And so the product of language is very vital. And this really is not found in artificial intelligence. Methods in artificial intelligence Prof really emphasized on the methods in artificial intelligence, and he gave us the symbolic approach and the connectionist approach. And what are the aims? He also led us through the aims of artificial intelligence. The most common aim is to build machines that can think or can work like human beings. And another aim is to create experts in medical diagnosis. But we have the biggest question to ask ourselves today. Does artificial intelligence have a future? What are the fears in the human person or in the human being concerning artificial intelligence? And we realize that artificial intelligence have got several implications. It has ethical implications, religious implications, economic implications, social implications. Does AI have a future? I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Yes, do it as you mean it. Let's give a clap to Dr. Nyambetha. Thank you very much. So I just want to bring to our attention, especially for people who are visitors in Tangaza, that we have restrooms on both sides of the buildings that you see outside of this hall, including those for people who are abled differently. So please feel free to find your way in case you need that service. So our next presenter, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Stephen Owino from the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies, Pwani University. Allow me to share this, that about 6 months ago, Dr. Owino was my colleague at the Department of Philosophy in Pwani. But above everything else, we like to make this known when we are in forums that Dr. Owino was my undergraduate lecturer, and you're going to discover what we say in philosophy, appearance and reality are two different things. Let's put our hands together for Dr. Stephen Owino. So karibu sana daktari, and give us your address.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Yes. Emphasize, my name is Stephen Owino. I'm based at Pwani University, that is in Kilifi County, way down at the coast. So in case you again make any excursion down at the coast, please make a courtesy call at Pwani University. We are always so removed from the rest of the world, and we are always so excited anytime somebody makes a courtesy call and just makes us know what is going on in this other part of Kenya. So the title of my work, is basically Philosophical Roots of the Generative Pre-trained Transformer Chatterbots, that is the Chat GPTs. It is a series of them that runs from GPT-1 all the way up to 4. but they all are operating under the same fundamental principles. So first and foremost, I just want to make a general remark. When you are coming to make a presentation, say on something that is so new and it is cross-cutting like this, because AI in general is a new technology and it's affecting all walks of life. It's affecting politics, it's affecting business, it's affecting culture, it's affecting everything else. And at the same time, it's so new that nobody can really come and make any claim that they are experts in it in any way. So I think I want just to clear the illusion that I am coming here to talk from the standpoint of an expert in AI. I am not. And I'm convinced that really not so many people claim that they are. Mine is to give some personal reflections given some of my philosophical interests and researches as to what I can see is the connection between philosophy and AI. And more so really, what are some of the philosophical challenges that AI is posing to philosophy? So I'm going to present my paper basically in 3 parts. And first and foremost, I will give the first presentation, part of my presentation will consist on some of the intriguing philosophical matters that I've just seen arising in the course of my interest and research and conversation with colleagues. What are some of the fundamental questions? Just some. Certainly there are many more. Second part will consist on what has been part of my interest in working, especially in issues of formal logic, computable languages, and abstract machines. That is basically where we try to find the link between logic, language, computation, and perhaps also the mind. But I would want to link these talks today with the connection between AI, or rather language, and its impact on the mind. And the last part of my presentation will consist on an attempt to propose at least a way or a framework for developing a philosophy of artificial intelligence, particularly so as part and parcel of a broader philosophy of technology. So that is basically the outline of what my presentation is going to be. So I am talking about the generative pre-trained transformers, that is the GPTs. I'm going to just give you a little description because part of it perhaps will be highlighted in the process of my presentation. So when we talk of a generative system, all we mean here is that we are talking of an artifact that at least is capable of creating some new content. This new content can be in form of a text, it can be in form of a video, it can be in form of audio, it can be in form of a code. Because we have got certain AI systems, most of them now, that are able even to generate for us algorithms and codes, computer codes or programs that can run new systems. So these are the ones. But the OpenAI ChatGPT that became much famous, I think, about some 2 years ago, is the ChatGPT 3. And this one basically is the one that consists and specializes in the generation of texts. So that is where my concern will be, the generation of text. And then we are saying that they are pre-trained. I will explain that in the course of our presentation and exactly what exactly do we mean when we talk of it as being a transformer system. So basically that is it. So before I can just say that, I wanted just to let us know at least one thing that we must fundamentally accept is that AI is an open field, that if you are going to be a researcher in it, you must be as open-minded as possible because it is an area of research that necessarily requires multidisciplinary approach. No field can claim to be the main contributor to this particular field. So philosophers must actually take up the challenge and be aggressive and productive and innovative as well to make a little contribution to this particular field that is of interest to historians, economists, politicians, engineers, and everybody else. So this is it. So let's start first with my first part of presentation. I'm going to give you a list of several philosophical questions which are specific to AI. And it's awkward, really, that you begin a presentation by giving a list of problems. But I think this is usually very important because I am always convinced that questions and problems are usually the beginning of thinking. Answers actually mark the end of thinking. And that's why at any given moment, any interesting talk is one that perhaps starts with one problem and concludes with several other problems. So I begin it with it this way because I'm convinced it's important, but if we push it to the end, at times the timekeeper tells you it's time to go. So let me highlight some of the questions that I think some have already come up now, but I won't mind repeating. First and foremost, we ask ourselves, can computers think? That is a basic question. But philosophically speaking, it's loaded because we begin to get into the same epistemological issues and debates as to the nature of thinking. It also brings forth to some of the issues that Professor Kaiga has raised, for instance, ontological. If I were to ask you, can computers think? And you know that ontologically you're committed to dualism, that there is material being and there are immaterial beings, then your answer outrightly will simply be they cannot think. Reason being, thinking is a spiritual activity given to immaterial beings, and since computers are not spiritual, therefore it follows that they cannot think. So depending on what your ontological commitment is, you're going to approach that question differently. But nevertheless, it is a valid question that confronts us as philosophers to debate whether really they can think. So if we are going to debate about artificial intelligence, we must be able to answer that question beforehand. Can they think? The second question I think is also necessary and important for us as philosophers is there a correspondence between the hardware-software distinction? So the programs that are implemented through the hardware, so that distinction between hardware and software has been carried over uncritically also, particularly by some philosophers of mind, to correspond to the mind-body distinction. So question is there a correspondence between those two distinctions? In AI, between hardware and software, and in philosophy of mind, between mind and body distinction? And if that is so, would it then be a consequence that AI is an affirmation of a dualist ontology? And if we take a dualist ontology, that necessarily has got consequences as well in our epistemology and in our axiology. The next question we ask ourselves as Africans: can African languages, philosophy, and cultural wisdom also be enjoined to the large language models? Simply, we are asking ourselves and challenging ourselves, can we start producing stuff for AI as Africans? So it's always easy for us to say, let's run away from it. But it's a reality that we are not going to run away from. It's beginning to permeate each and every aspect of our lives. Your phone runs on AI. Your TV, some of them smart TVs run on AI. If you are doing your search in the internet, you are depending on AI. If you are monitoring your compound through CCTV, you are depending on AI. The only thing that has struck us is that these generative AIs have appeared to be so intelligent that they have struck us, but otherwise AI is part and parcel of our life. So another question we ask, how can we put AI into use in order to solve world problems, at least from an African perspective? Let's think of some of the world problems like global warming, overpopulation, war. We can think of something like unemployment. Think of something like intensification of poverty and concentration of wealth and power. These are global problems. Let us think of something like production of cultural junk. All these are global problems. They are affecting everybody, whether you are European, whether you are African, but the solutions must also be context dependent. We as Africans, what is our contribution and how can we employ AI in giving contribution towards the solution, say, of overpopulation, giving solutions to environmental degradation, giving solutions to concentration of wealth and marginalization of vast masses of people. Now, these are questions we pose ourselves. They are philosophical, moral philosophical, socio-philosophical, as well as economic philosophical. So let's look at some of those. What are the impacts of AI in education? This is a cross-cutting question. And I remember, I think sometime last year, all the vice chancellors in Africa met somewhere in West Africa, all the VCs in public universities. They had a meeting just to come and discuss what exactly is the impact of AI in African universities. We all waited in eager to think of vice chancellors for the first time, putting their heads together to solve a very critical matter. Unfortunately, coming out of it, it was all confusion, and you couldn't figure out what is going on. And you can't blame them because nobody knows where this thing is headed. We can tell where it's coming from, but its destiny is something that we can merely speculate about. But we ask ourselves, really, what is the impact of it on education? I'm a lecturer now. I teach students. I really do not know anymore how to handle my students, even if I give them homework to go and do. Personally, I ran a test with a friend of mine, a colleague who is in the Department of Physics, and we said, let's try out this ChatGPT-3. So I took a sample of my past questions I set for students, and he did the same with physics, and then we just prompt it with the same question that I gave students, and you look at the answers, and we were all convinced that even myself, I would have not done as well as that thing did. It's my examination, but yeah. It answered it so well that I was clear. If I was to compete with it, and I got a competent grader, it would have beaten me several times. Okay, and the same case happened to my physics colleague. He told me, this is a crisis. What are we going to do? Now the question is, in the event of this, we must agree with one thing. It has taken away the drudgery of so many hours in the library, in the field, doing research, because the information is there and it can sift it out and organize and give it to us. I keep nowadays teaching students, I keep telling them, come with their ChatGPT, because if you are going to get some information quickly, then you search it and we are on the move. So it spares us time. It spares us toil. And the consequence is it releases our mind to be able to do other things. Unfortunately, if we don't channel our students and learning institutions into that freed mind to doing creative things, then they end up idling, like most of us can testify. You'll find a whole mass of students seated somewhere quiet. And you'd think that they are in a serious, deep reflection, only to realize that all those hours, there was nothing other than chit-chats going on in social media. A clear case of idleness. But then now the question is, what are the skills then that these things are leaving us? Perhaps now, library research is not going to be a key skill that we impose on your students. It's now going to be a redundant skill. But now, how about other things that still these AI systems can't do? How about raising intelligent questions? You know, for instance, if you have used them, if you pose a stupid question, it gives you stupid answers. So even prompting the AI means that you must know the kind of questions you are giving it. So the question is the art of questioning. How do we induce curiosity in our students once again, that we increase the volume and intensity and the frequency of their questioning? Relevant questions. The art of proposing hypotheses. Questions and problems are there. How about hypothetical solutions? The AI system still cannot do that for us. How about if we propose the art of setting up experimental designs for this? All these things still beat the AI because they require some kind of imagination. They require some kind of creativity, which they still lack. But we are still advancing them, perhaps they'll catch up with us. These are some of the skills that we now need to focus our kids on: innovation, creativity, imagination. And these are the opportunities that AI is giving us, but we now need to redesign our curriculum to reflect that. What characterizes information technologies? The reason why I pose this question is this. Technology is quite different from science for several reasons. A scientist aims at getting the truth. A technologist aims at getting a practical work done, solving a problem. So they always pursue different. So a technologist is not so much after the truth, and so his research programs and methods and his knowledge base is not directed towards that of a scientist. He may exploit the findings of a scientist, but he is not a scientist. Actually, if we insist so much that a scientist must produce things that are practical and are working for us, all we are going to generate out of scientists, before we support their work, they must show us what it will going to do, will only encourage fraud. But now, if that is the case, all these technologies are built on sciences of a sort. The physical technologies like engineering are built on physical sciences. Chemical engineering is built on chemistry. Biotechnology is built on the science of biology. All the social technologies like politics, management science, they are built on the social sciences. But when it comes to information technologies, there is no unique science that they are built up on. And so you'll find that at the scientific level, they are open-ended. People in AI are coming from psychology. They are coming from cognitive sciences. Some of them are coming from mathematics, from computers, from physics, and now also from the social scientists as they set up computational methods that help them simulate social systems. Simply because with social systems and human societies, experimentation is usually a little bit challenging because we are dealing with human beings. So you can only carry out simulations. Now, in the absence of a certain specific science, it means that AI technologies are very unique technologies that they are growing without the backing of any known science which is specific to them. How will evolution of AI affect human perception? How will it affect human cognition? How will it affect human interaction? These are things that you really get to know. How do we perceive things now? The questions of appearance and reality. Right now, you cannot tell who is happy from who is not happy when you are keeping track of your friends in Facebook, because they're always happy. They're always boarding airplanes. They're always eating 5-star hotels. So this is the image you get, and you start feeling the same peer pressure to get to that kind of a lifestyle. How is it affecting our interactions? It's quite normal nowadays to see a family going out for dinner, and then mom, dad, and the kids, nobody's talking to each other. It happens to me in my family too. So I challenge my son, can't you just afford to put down your phone so that we can interact as a family? And he told me, no, Dad, the problem, your understanding of interaction is so narrow and limited. You think we can only interact when we are inside the house. I am actually interacting with so many friends. Some are in the US, some I'm playing games with in Australia. He is interacting, so his interactional capacity is way, way, way broader than mine. So how we perceive some of these things basically is going to change. And these are philosophical questions. Is the human perception staying the same in the light of AI? And how about robots? They are known as the mechanical men. How we are going to employ and handle them? And I've just said, is that comparable to how we handled slaves? Because slaves didn't have any rights. They were owned by the masters. But now when we are going to do robots, do we draw a bill of rights for the robots? Do we have to extend the rights, bill of rights, to include certain rights? Because we have extended the rights. We started with the rights of man. We included women in that. We have extended that. We have now included not only human rights, We have now gone ahead and included animals also enjoying certain rights that we have bestowed on them. And the environment now is claiming its rights, and we are now talking on environmental rights, ecological rights. Now that we are developing these systems, would we also expand our Bill of Rights also at one point that we sit and debate and define that these are inalienable rights that we must bestow on these AI systems? Now that's a philosophical question. Because if we are going to create for them a Bill of Rights, we must also draw up for them a bill of their duties and responsibilities, because nowadays they can make decisions, some of which get to affect us. So those are philosophical questions of an ethical content. So what's the relation between minds and computers? We're going to see that. Do the artificial neural networks model the brain? So can we study neural networks in order to understand how the brain works? Because this is still a mysterious area to most of us. Machine learning systems, deep machine learning, neural networks, can they form a basis of a learning theory? And if that is so, then we may know that philosophically then it implies that some of our epistemologies must also be overhauled, okay, in the light of developments happening in this. Is there philosophical uniqueness in the AI technologies? Those are questions. Is it just any kind of a technology, or it's unique in its own way? And now I would ask, how would the digital revolution impact on Africa? Again, this is a very, very basic question for us. Remembering that the previous revolutions that have ever taken place have always had repercussions for us. So agrarian revolutions had repercussions. Industrial revolution had serious repercussions for us. So when agrarian revolution came, and it was labor intensive, it directly impacted on us when people came to collect us as slaves. When now industrial revolution came along, and so they mechanized muscle power, so production started being capital intensive rather than labor intensive, they didn't need us. So they started freeing the slaves. But instead, they needed raw materials for machines, so we were colonized with the Industrial Revolution. So agrarian revolution brought us slavery. Industrial Revolution brought us colonialism. Here we have a new revolution that is now amplifying the human brain and thinking. We must start worrying about what would be its impacts on us as Africans, so that we start preparing ourselves as well for it, as well as taking opportunities that it's bringing to us. So those are some of the questions that I think have got some philosophical relevance. Above all, not only so, asking how these things are going to change and transform philosophy in terms of its method, in terms of its content, in terms of its theories and approaches. We must begin worrying about all this as philosophers. We cannot sit and watch and let it go. So it poses those problems. It brings questions of methodologies. It brings questions of theories that we must also think about. But now I want to get to the second part, that is the correlation between language and mind, because it covers basically the whole gamut of what I was talking about as the intention of my talk. A professor has actually alluded to the fact that philosophers have contributed to this, perhaps in a silent way, but mainly in their reflections and concern with issues of reasoning in logic, issues of language, issues of mathematical thinking. Now, if you look at it this way, there have been two competing ideologies or schools of philosophy, especially as far as language is concerned. And here I want to make a comment. Whenever we have influx of people coming from other disciplines into philosophy, there is always an impetus that it gives to philosophy. Likewise, other disciplines, when we have an exodus of philosophers going to other disciplines, we have ever always seen a growth in those disciplines. So there is always a symbiotic relationship between these two, and I always keep insisting on my students, you are a student of philosophy, well and good. Try to reach out and find out what's going on in other disciplines too. But there have been these two currents in philosophy. Logic was developed by Aristotle and developed by others later, mathematical logicians who came from mathematics, because of the suspicion that natural language was not well equipped to cultivate systematic thought. So if you're going to do maths, if you're going to do science, if you're going to engage in abstract philosophy, then you need a specialized language that can be able to aid in that. So mathematical languages, formal logical languages were developed for that. The reason was that natural languages were observed, and it was contended that they are usually very vague, they are full of ambiguity, they are rich, they are figurative and metaphorical, and in many cases, they breed confusion in thinking. While scientific language is expected to be systematic, to be concise, and to be literal, never giving any room for fuzziness in thinking. So these are the two currents. So while therefore people were convinced that no, let us regiment and ignore natural language, there's a group of thinkers who came from the linguistic school, championed by Noam Chomsky, the American linguist. Chomsky's background was in philosophy. He was a logician and mathematician, and towards the end of Cartesian rationalism, he quit philosophy and joined linguistics to carry out research in the Jewish language. Now, when he went there, he challenged this fundamental philosophical prejudice that had existed right from Aristotle up to his time, that natural languages are unsystematic. So he went ahead and then challenged this presumption and said that no, natural languages as it were, just English, plain Kijaluo, plain Kiswahili, is just as systematic as the formal languages. They are structured, they are creative, and therefore they are capable of precise formulation. That was the starting point of Chomsky. And in order to develop a theory that would back up this, he developed a theory that has come to be known as the theory of the generative grammar. The theory of generative grammar helps us to appreciate and just do one simple thing. Any language that you are proficient in, you will observe one thing about it, that it's nothing other than just a collection of sentences. And these sentences, it's an infinite collection. So when you do basic logic, you know you can have a set defined as a collection of objects. So certain sets are finite, so you can count them and finish within a limited amount of time. But when you're dealing with an infinite set, like the set of natural numbers, the set of integers, then you are beginning to deal with a very complicated kind of a set. Now, language is also a set whose members are sentences, but it's an infinite set. So how can we characterize such a set? Not by counting its sentences, because you'll never finish them. How do you speak a language? You have just perhaps spoken a fraction of them. You'll never finish all the sentences in your language unless you also have an infinite length of time. So a generative grammar was basically a proposition at how can we characterize such an infinite set of propositions. So he defined it. So we want to give a definition that can make us understand the nature of a language. So this is how he defined a generative grammar. He just defined it as a specification of a finite set of rules by means of which you can generate an infinite number of propositions. So it's a finite set of rules, so the rules are countable. And then at the end of the day, by employing those rules over and over again, that is recursively over and over again, you can be able to generate, to produce, and recognize sentences of that language. Those that are well formulated and eschew those that are ill formulated. So that grammar bars you from generating ill formulated propositions and only generate the good ones. That is the essence of a generative grammar. So we can have some few examples, one that I might just want to illustrate a little bit. I have 3 cases here, very rudimentary, that if at all we are streaming, I can be able to show you. One we simply call the base grammar rules. One is just the syntax of the propositional logic that most likely you are all aware of if you have done elementary logic. And one is just basically the nature of a computer program. Okay? So we have characterized the generative grammar. It must generate all the well-formed propositions. It must have a finite number of rules. Its grammar is recursive, that we can employ those rules over and over and over again. And then it must be capable of distinguishing at times what we call the deep structure from the surface structure of a language. I can give an instance here. Let us just take a normal sentence and we can pass it grammatically. So if I'm given a sentence, just an arbitrary sentence, we can break it down always into what it is talking about and what is saying of that. So we call that, grammatically they refer to it as a sentence is nothing other than a composite of a noun phrase and a verb phrase. In logic, we always say a sentence has a subject and a predicate. What we call a subject, the linguist will call a noun phrase and a verb phrase. We can now again decompose the verb phrase further into its minor components, that is the verb itself plus a noun phrase, usually, especially if it's a transitive verb. Then the noun phrase can fall into 2 forms, some are singular and some are plural. And then we have got auxiliaries that will help us in modifying the tenses. So that's very simple if you are just doing a normal sentence and you can analyze it into those 2 parts. So it means if I have a sentence, I can keep splitting it all up, down, just into those, so that finally I end up with a sentence splitting into those nodes downwards, like a growing tree. It ends up where I only have a verb, a space for a determinant, a space for a noun, etc. So we have got the preterminal strings at that point. Then, on top of just the base rules that disintegrates the sentence, we also must subsidize it with what we call a lexicon. So the lexicon will now turn those preterminal strings into finally a complete sentence. So with the means of that, I can generate several things. And we can go on. Now I can tell you, how does this generation come? And in what way does it therefore apply to this ChatGPT thing that we are talking about? Now, for those who know this technique, and previously if you are a textual analyst, this is how you'd go. If I take a text, and then I want to analyze this text, like it's a literary text, I say, I'm presented with the one word, the. What is the likely word that is to come after it? It can be the man, it can be the goat, it can be the cheetah, it can be the lion. So if I were to scan through that, how many times that we have the sequence of the cheetah? Then we find in the entire text, the cheetah comes so many times than the goat or the man or the lady. Then somebody can tell you, this text is about the cheetah. You try that. How about if I'm told, I'm now given the sequence, so my context is the cheetah. Now you want to understand, what is the likely word that will join with the cheetah? The cheetah ran, the cheetah fought. You look at the frequency, it will become. How about if I had a sequence of 15 words? What is the next word that would come? Now that is the method that was being employed for textual analysis. But it can only work when you're dealing with a text or 2. Now when you have got data, like the one we are having, big data, voluminous data, thousands of trillions of data and parameters, like we have now in the internet as the basic, that method can't work. So the method that is employed now is the method of neural networks, rather, the large language models, where neural networking is just part and parcel of the techniques employed. Now, this is how the method works. I give you as a context, I know I have a text. Then I truncate part of that text and eliminate it. I know what I've truncated. And now I give what is left out to the computer, and I run and ask him, predict what would come out for this text to be complete. So I want to see how much the computer, the language model, approximates what I had left out. So if it is still 90% off, I adjust my parameters, I remove all these other parameters closely, and it gives itself a loop so that it learns every time I correct it, till at one point it would converge that it can retrieve the entire text. Now, this is the training that we put these things through. So you have got that data, you have got your large language model, which you train over a period of time. It feeds back on itself, and later on, it can now make decisions and carry out these things on its own. So this is the generative, pre-trained, because they are trained over data for a period of time, and then over time they can now run on their own. We call them transformers because they now learn and teach themselves, because we have so many neural networks that are embedded on it together. That's why they call transformers, because they feed back and feed forward on each other so they can learn from each other. So you can see that the general principle basically is a principle that just comes from a very simple linguistic technique. If I give you the same syntax of propositional logic, you can generate an infinitely long propositional statement or infinitely many. But if you study them, so this is basically the technique behind it. If you study them instead, you'll get to see that those systems, they are not propositions. They are rules, they are commands, which poses another fundamental philosophical problem. What is the nature of these generative rules? Because our standard methods of logic that were proposed by Professor Kahiga only deal with propositions. But commands and rules are not propositions. So we need now to think of elaborating and developing perhaps new techniques or specialized logics of imperatives and commands. Okay? So that is what I wanted to see, that can make us see the connection that exists between at least. And these things, eventually we are saying we can use them. Or it is proposed that studying these neural networks, we can use them to model the human mind, the human brain. And this is what is known as the computational representation theory of thought. The mind is now conceived as a computer. So we can now study the computer, we can study AI systems in order to get insights into the mind. How sustainable this one is, but it is a research program that is outside there that would encourage you as young philosophers also to embrace and try to see, can it help us now reorient our research into philosophy of mind, if that could be acceptable as a proposition. Okay, so that is what I want to say. I think the last one was just simply maybe a proposal that we may not need to dwell much on, is on the philosophy of technology, which I say that is a young branch of philosophy, which is rich with certain specific problems. And some of the problems are, what the ontological problem, what's the nature of an artifact? How does it differ from a natural thing? What are the epistemological peculiarities of technological knowledge? What are the values that we associate with artifacts and technology? And what are the moral codes that should bind a technologist? And so the same case applies. If we specialize some of those questions that I've just raised in general, as far as technology is concerned, if we can specialize those questions now to AI systems and information systems in general, then that is one way in which we can develop now a unique branch of philosophy, which we can call a techno-philosophy of artificial intelligence. The idea then is, can we develop an ontology for this branch of knowledge? of technology rather, can we develop an epistemology, an ontology, an axiology, an ethical theory that guides all issues that emerge from this and delve and try to address some of those issues. So the moral problems, can we answer them? That contributes to philosophy of AI. The epistemological, methodological issues which are emerging there, can we identify and address them? That contributes to the development of a philosophy of AI. So this is an open-ended field, and it takes young minds who are still adept at AI, not so much old grown folks who are hostile to AI, to develop this new and young field of philosophy. So that is my contribution, at least. Thank you. I'm reminded that I've exceeded the time.
Thank you very much, Dr. Owino. Let's put our hands together. 1, 2, 3. Thank you very much. I want to invite Dr. Babirie to give her response to that presentation.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Let me take this chance to thank Dr. Owino Stephen for that very good contribution that he has made for us. Thank you very much. When you were beginning, you mentioned that you are not an expert, but your presentation has revealed to us that you are an expert in this field. You started very well by telling us about the philosophical challenges of artificial intelligence. And then you suggested that there are fundamental questions concerning artificial intelligence. And then the last part that you wanted to share with us was about a way of developing a philosophy of artificial intelligence. Okay? As one of the advantages of artificial intelligence, you mentioned that generative systems, as an artifact, they are capable of creating new content. Here you gave an example of things like the videos, the calls, and apart from maybe the achievement, you also mentioned that artificial intelligence is an open field. And so if we are to embrace it as philosophers, then we also need to be open. You emphasized that we need to begin with the philosophical questions coming from the idea of artificial intelligence, that it is only in this manner that we are able to come up with solutions. Some of the questions that you asked included, can the computers think? Can they speak? And concerning thinking, the answer was, they cannot think. And the reason you gave was that they lack the spiritual aspect that human beings only have. And so you asked, can we produce the products of artificial intelligence as Africans? Maybe we may think that this does not concern us as Africans, but the fact that we use phones, for example, we use cameras like the ones that we have, and other things which are a bit sophisticated, is a fact that we need artificial intelligence. So what is our contribution towards that as Africans? You also mentioned some things which are a bit problematic, and they come out of artificial intelligence. For example, and then the issue of unemployment, which can affect all of us. So, what are the impact of artificial intelligence in African universities, all in the academic world? I think here the emphasis was more on the academic integrity, which does not only concern the students, but even the lecturers. He gave an example whereby you can be challenged as a lecturer using the very exam that you set. I found this very amusing. So, how do we help ourselves and even students to be more creative, more innovative, and as maybe lecturers and those in charge of these education programs to create good curriculums which can accommodate all of this? So technology, he mentioned, is something important, but if we are not careful, it can lead us astray. As philosophers, most of the times we enjoy having our discussions among ourselves. He encouraged us to be open and also to find out what is happening in other departments, in other areas of life. So without wasting time, I think I can say the questions that he has posed, the problems that he has highlighted, they concern us. So he has suggested some of the solutions, but since all of you who are here are academic giants, if I can say like that, just go and do a research. So they are encouraging us to research more and more on this field. Thank you very much.
Yes, let's appreciate Sister. Clap for her. Thank you very much, Dr. Birie. I would like to welcome Father Dominic to continue from there.
Hi, in appreciation to our key presenters this morning, Professor Kahiga and Dr. Owino, we'd just like to take a couple of minutes just to engage with them. And as you can see, if you look at your programs, we are really now dragging behind the time schedule. So we are going to take strictly 2 questions for each presenter. Vijana wa mkono mko wapi? Microphone mpatie watu. Wasoro, be on standby. So let's begin with questions for Professor Kahiga. I'll just take 2 questions strictly for Professor Kahiga. Professor Kahiga, our past keynote speaker. Don't be afraid to ask.
First and foremost, I want to thank Professor Kahiga for his well-versed research that he has done. But again, I want to point out the fact that from his presentation and giving the philosophical foundations of AI and stuff that he posited unto us, Professor Kahiga, kindly, would you mind giving us maybe your thought or your mind? Because for me, following your presentation, of course I appreciate it, but I did not get your philosophical standpoint or what you've made sense of your topic of discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I really enjoyed your presentation. I would like to seek a more clarification on the following. Prof, you clearly say that human way of thinking is one way, but there are other ways of thinking. Prof, don't you think that all the other ways of thinking are subject to human thinking? And because if the AI is actually a product of human thinking, don't you think that those other ways which seem to be like they are superior to human thinking are full of biases due to having been created by humans? Thank you, Prof.
Thank you. So we have Professor Kahiga respond.
Thank you very much for your questions. The first question, my position on the question of my philosophical stance on AI. Simply put, I can say that AI is the product of the human intelligence, the human mind. So it's a creature of man. And in my analysis, I was trying to compare it with the concept of logos, that all that came to be reality is a product of an intelligence called logos. And then we put the concept of God, that we are product of God through the word. So this product of God through the word is therefore the intelligence of God to us. And I was saying that ultimately through our religious teaching, we are told that among the artificial intelligence that was created by Logos were the angels as a product of artificial intelligence. And one of the angels revolted against God, and that was the artificial intelligence going haywire. And then that artificial intelligence created a virus called sin, which is our concern. Therefore, human beings are also prone to the same precedence, that God created us, but we sinned, therefore, this intelligence that we are, and we are also a product of, we are an AI of the Logos. And we are imitating our original intelligence, and things didn't work very well. That there is also a possibility of the fact that our own creations of our AI products might also come to be against us. So it's just a warning that as we go on making use of our intelligence, the same intelligence which is positive, there is a possibility for it to be negative and destructive to us. So hence, we need to be very careful as we progress technologically in those directions in creating different variables of AI. So that's what I can say in respect to that. The second question, we human beings, we think that we are the greatest. And we judge things according to the way we think. We take ourselves to be special creatures. We are only special to ourselves because we are the judges of what we think and what we look at. It is possible that there is another community of thinkers amongst us who are not human beings, who also talk about us. And they think that they themselves are more intelligent than us. So we are only part of the whole system. So we are so much egocentric in terms of our thinking. Yes, AI is a product of our thinking, but there's a possibility, therefore, for it to self-develop itself. So a kind of an AI which produces another AI in an endless process, infinitely, and therefore countering us. So let us be humble enough in terms of our thinking, and even in terms of our language. We say that we are the beings that speak. We say it to ourselves, and we are proud to ourselves, but there could still be other creatures that speak in clarity better than we do. We need, therefore, to open our minds to the possibilities and, therefore, not block any other issues. Because when we need to progress ourselves, we go to creatures, to nature, to learn from them. And then we come to imitate what they do. So they are better than us in terms of doing things. And therefore, we only imitate. We look like AIs to them. So thank you very much.
That is my teacher, in case you don't know. At this moment, we take 2 questions for Dr. Owino. Dr. Owino has given us a presentation on the philosophical roots of the generative pre-trained transformer chatbots. He paid a good attention to chat ni GPT ama ni GTP. So let's get those questions.
Thank you. The second presenter, a lecturer in education, curriculum studies, and your presentation has really touched me on the product, the product that we have as graduates who will be able to serve in different fields, be it education, politics, health, and etc. You alluded to how can we connect AI to solve our issues? I just want to pose another question again to you, that even before we embrace this AI, especially now in our country, Kenya, we already have these problems because of lack of values, because of lack of, we cannot, if you are eating a fruit in a moving vehicle, you throw it out there. You cannot wait until you find where you can dispose it well. We don't have the competence. So how can we adapt this AI so that it can alert us that we are lacking the values? We are not applying appropriate skills. We are not applying appropriate competencies. So for me, I would like that we can capitalize on this AI. As you said, we need to come up with theories and ways, or new ways of using this AI. Thank you.
Thank you. My question to Dr. Owino is, during your presentation, you talked about creativity as one of the things that these AIs still lack. But currently there is a program, computer program called PlayGo, which is able to learn the rules of a computer game. And when it was last tested, it beat human creativity in playing these games. Now, what do you say about that?
So thank you for those questions. I can see there are many more hands. I'm sorry we will not be able to take more questions for now, but we'll be able to interact with this. If we still have time at the end of the day, we'll have more interaction. Thank you. Dr. Owino, please, karibu.
Okay, let me address the first 2 questions. How can AI solve our issues or our problems? Well, I think here the question is, we may want to know what exactly are the problems we are talking about. AI has been used, for instance, in medical areas to develop drugs, to break down certain molecules. It has been used in design of planes and aircraft and architecture. And so we may just want to ask ourselves, if it is being successfully used, for instance, in those other fields of technology, how about when it comes to a certain field such as education, if that would be your main concern. Now, I think this is where we want to say the educationists. I am not an educationist as such, but simply to say that these technologies also just go with systems. If you are somebody who belongs correctly in the systemic philosophy, you'll know that the universe is a system, but it's a system that collects several systems of increasing complexity. So if you look at the physical system, they just display physical properties. And the technologies in those systems are working with AI successfully. Move a grade up to chemical systems, they have got chemical emergent properties, and they're working. Biological systems, the same. How about social systems? Are the social technologies abreast with these AI technologies that they are likely to employ them? When we come to psychotechnologies like education and psychiatry, are the technologies in those systems capable of doing that? I'm sure they can be able to do that. They have got teaching aids that now we are using because they are based on AI systems, even to assist our visually impaired students, for instance, or auditorily impaired students. These are teaching aids. Some of them are driven by AI. We've got labs. Nowadays, we don't really have to send our students literally inside a laboratory, but now we have got simulations of laboratories that are making it much, much easier. It used to be embarrassing a few years ago, especially for chemistry and physics teachers, when they go into a laboratory, they set up an experiment, and then given the conditions, the experiments would never just yield the expected results. So what were they resorting to? I have my chemistry teacher. If now the experiment was unsuccessful, he would just go ahead and dictate the observations. Please take note of the following. It was observed that, okay? But you may not blame them because the conditions of the labs, the intervening factors can always create room for errors. But all I mean is that there are so many opportunities that are educational, they can be medical, they can be psychiatrical, we can exploit all these things. But I would want to point out something that I've always noted in our educational system, particularly our students in the social sciences, humanities, and particularly those areas, that they are the ones carrying out social science research. But there has been a tendency and a bias to exclude them from mathematical and scientific studies. So usually they are mathematically inadept. Unlike a student of physics is not a mathematician, but they are never scared of mathematics. They understand mathematics. Students of chemistry are not mathematicians, but they are at home with language of mathematics, which is a universal language and instrument. Students of social sciences and humanities are always left out of that. So when others are talking of mathematics, it sounds to them like Chinese. And that means, therefore, that in the long run, they may not fully exploit these technologies that are built on advanced mathematics and sciences. So unless we change that curriculum. Issue of people being misbehaved and throwing things everywhere, well, AI can help, as you are proposing, by setting up a surveillance system, but I think that would not be a solution myself. By intensifying surveillance, you will have issues and questions regarding privacy of people's lives, and people will come up in arms. It's a matter of changing our people's mentality. If you find people are at home with sloth, you find people are at home with dirt, if you find people are at home with disorder, you must reorient their thinking so that they start being uneasy with disorder and with dirt. And then you put facilities where they can dispose of the dirt. Personally, I don't like throwing things around, but at times you are frustrated with walking that paper bag, stretches, and you don't know what to do with it. You're finding yourself boarding a matatu, and there is no way to dispose of it. So it's a question of social re-engineering rather than increase of surveillance. That would be my take on that. There is the question of Lego and creativity. I would agree with you. But then if you look at a game, say like a chess or Lego, the games that they can play, yeah, it's true, and apparently they tend to be very creative. They have beaten the best players that we have ever produced. But one thing that you must know, you may have to distinguish how these two systems work. If you have a system like Lego, it's a deterministic system, purely algorithmic, and all the moves are there. So if it makes the moves, it can predict absolutely the entire space. But this becomes challenging when you're dealing with an indeterministic system where spontaneity is a little bit involved. So much like when I always want to tell students, how do you differentiate, for instance? Why is it that mathematics is always so precise that we are certain that once Pythagoras discovered the theorem of the right angle triangle, we can never go wrong. We are sure that is sorted and it is fixed. And unlike science, which is continuously just carrying a margin of error, the reason being mathematics, and just like the game of Lego, they are things that are created. They deal with objects that are created by definition, and then they move by certain specific rules. And so it might appear, for instance, that a student of mathematics who is so clever and good mathematics is so much sharp, it may only turn out that he enjoys the drudgery of calculating. But otherwise, there is no much creativity involved. He only needs to remember the rules and the definitions of the objects. Okay? So that's what I would say, that if you are dealing with such a deterministic system, yeah, it's understandable. It might give you an appearance of creativity, but there's no much creativity in a deterministic automata. But once you're dealing with indeterministic ones, then that one we still are way superior as human beings compared to the indeterministic automata. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Owino. I suggest we do this. We just give one nice clap. Unakumbuka ile tradition tunafanyanga hivi, eh? So we are going to give one for each one of our presenters. Let us begin with Professor Kaiga. That's too soon. Just put it nicely. Tuangushe. Hiyo ni ya Professor Kaiga. For Dr. Owino, angusha. Thank you very much to our presenters. Those were very entertaining and insightful presentations. I have a piece, two small keys here, black. If you may have lost your keys, kindly pick them from me. I would like at this point to invite Dr. Etriga, the director for the Institute of Philosophy in Tangaza, for 1 minute to acknowledge all those who have come here. And then after that, I'll tell you what next. Karibu, Dr. Etriga.
Good evening, good afternoon, good morning to all of you who are following us physically, virtually, wherever and whenever. Mine here, as it has been said, is to acknowledge all of us who are partaking in this great event. First, I would like to acknowledge in a very, very special way the presence of Professor Nyarwath Oriare, who was our keynote speaker in last year's symposium. Professor Nyarwath Oriare, would you mind just to stand up? We'll look at you. Together with him, from the same University of Nairobi, is Dr. Nyabul. Kindly stand up and let us acknowledge. Oh. I'm not going to introduce those who have already been introduced for interest of time. From Kisii University, I have Dr. Me Cha. Kindly stand up. Oh, thanks. From the same university, Dr. Ichuloi. Online. Oh, I'm reminded he's following us online and will also do possibly his presentation online. Same university, Kisii, Dr. Ochieng Ojon. Same university, Dr. Otieno. Online. If there is anybody, any professor, any doctor, lecturer I've left from Kisii University, kindly stand up and we recognize your presence. Okay. Where? Catholic University of Kenya. Catholic University of Eastern Africa, sorry. Catholic University of Eastern Africa. You know, there is a sense in which Kenya is a reflection of Eastern Africa, no? Yes. In the first place, allow me to recognize the presence of Dr. Kenneth Makoha, who is the HOD, Philosophy. Dr. Nyambeda, already introduced. Joy Baraza, PhD student, I suppose. Kindly stand up if you're around. So they're behind there. From Technical University of Kenya, Dikir, Professor Dikir. Oh, thanks, thanks. And, I'm yet coming. Dr. Caroline Nyambeda. Sorry, Caroline Buya. Sorry for that. Let's come to Egerton University. Dr. Nderitu. On the line? Thanks. Technical University of Kenya. We're already done. Thanks. Kenyatta University. Dr. Katam. Consalata Institute of Philosophy. Kindly stand up if there is any professor, doctor, lecturer. Oh, thanks. Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy and Theology, Dr. Mundwa. I don't know where I belong. Being presented with a name here, Philip Musi, virtually. Is he with us virtually from university? Virtual University of Kenya. Oh, yes. Oh, thanks. Kindly, with all humility, if there is anybody I haven't recognized and belongs to the faculty, apart from Tangaza, stand up. Just kindly for recognition. Just stand up. Kindly. Yeah. Wow, beautiful. Will you kindly stand up if they're around? Let them stand up, those who have been introduced. Oh, thanks. All right. Thank you so much, sister, for that. Virtually, there are those who are following us online from different parts of Africa and the rest of the world, particularly from Cameroon. One hopefully is going to represent us, Professor Nelson. Another virtually is following us, is supposed to be part of the presentation. If the program will not allow, he may not allow me to introduce him. He is Professor Jemo. The two were part of the presenters of last year's forum. They are following us and they are part of us. Again, from Windhoek, Namibia, we have Mwenda, who again was part of the same event last year. And these, with many others, they are following us. I want to recognize all their presence. Again, now let me come to communities. May I start with the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. If you are not part of the teaching faculty and you have not been mentioned, kindly just stand up for recognition and you sit. Catholic University of Eastern Africa, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Consolata Institute of Philosophy, thank you, thank you, thank you. Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy and Theology, all those from Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy and Theology, kindly stand up if you're there. Oh, there are many up there. Oh, okay. Great. Hekima University College, any? Kindly stand up for recognition. Virtually, possibly. Marist University, virtually, possibly. Contemplative evangelizers, students. Oh, thanks. Tangaza University College. Kindly stand up and let's recognize you. I mean students, not the teaching faculty. Yes. Students of the Tangaza University, particularly Institute of Philosophy, kindly stand up, we recognize you. Oh, very many up there. One group I didn't mention under the faculty, teaching faculty is Tangaza University College. So if you belong to teaching faculty, not only in philosophy, in any department, kindly stand up for recognition. I've been reminded here, there is Reverend Dr. John Maina from Contemplative Evangelizers, a lecturer. Kindly stand up, we recognize you. Maybe I just stepped out. Thank you very much again. Thank you, those who are here physically and those who are following us online. Let us continue with this event, beautiful event. Feel at home. Tangaza University College is your home. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Etriger. So now we are going to have our tea break, which is coming a little bit late. We'll have 2 lines for serving tea. So if you are near this door, you exit through here. The ushers will direct you. If you are near the back door there, you go through that door and they will help us to serve tea. After for the members of, our presenters and members of faculty, either from Tangaza or any other university, if you are here a member of faculty, we'll have our tea at a D10 up here. We'll direct you, just follow us this way. After tea break, it's now 12:45. We are very late actually. If we can do our tea in about 15-20 minutes, so that let's say by 10 past noon we are settled. And during registration you got something like this. So if you got a green paper, please come back to this hall, okay? If you got a pink paper, please go to D10. Are we together? So if you got this one, come back here. If you got the pink one, proceed to D10 for the next session. So we are going to split the presentations. They are just the same. I mean, there's no difference, just different presenters. It's the same issues and like that. And I think with that, then we can proceed. Please let us spare on time. Just an appeal to our presenters of today. Somehow time has rolled. We may have to push you a little bit or cut down on your presentation time from 20 minutes to something like 15. So if you can rehearse your thoughts beforehand, before coming to the podium, to just deliver the key messages of your presentation. Thank you very much. Bless us, O Lord. And this tea which you are about to take from your goodness through Christ our Lord. Amen. Karibuni.
Quite thought-provoking questions there, interrogating issues on AI, that is artificial intelligence, on a philosophical point of view. And this is an opportunity given to us by Tangaza University College on this International Philosophy Day Symposium, coming on the vigil, I would say, of the feast day of St. Thomas Aquinas. Right now, I would like to just hijack the head of department, the HOD of philosophy at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Dr. Makoha Kenneth, who is also a Franciscan Capuchin friar. Mheshimiwa, how are you?
We are doing fine, thank you. Yes.
Yes, so tell us about this day. What opportunities are inherent in a philosophical symposium like this?
This day is quite significant because the symposium is discussing artificial intelligence, and actual artificial intelligence is one of the current issues that academicians are wrestling with. How will it affect the formation of our young people, and how, there are two issues here. Either it can enhance or also deter the thinking capacity of our young people. And therefore, the whole question is about trying to find how we can use artificial intelligence in a manner that can be productive, not a determinant to our formation as human beings.
Okay, issues of biases have been raised in this first question. How best can we, what philosophical considerations should we prioritize as humans to make sure that there are no biases in decision making?
In terms of artificial intelligence?
Yes.
Okay, the whole issue is about, artificial intelligence is a development, it's a scientific development which is positive. It's actually a product, as it has been said, it's a product of human creativity. That is one thing. But also, on the other hand, we have to look at the effects it can have on the mind, the human creativity, because it can make us also lazy. So the whole question is to look at it objectively and say it's good, but it can also have consequences on which we must be conscious of.
And then on human identity, the overall social cultural fabric and employment, what's your take about the AI?
The AI will make things faster, of course. However, when it comes to competencies, we do not want just to rely on technology, on AI, but to create also people who can manipulate the AI, not to be manipulated by the AI. So I think if we have people who are competent and they can be able to use artificial intelligence to create jobs, to be able to be productive, I think that would be a very positive development.
There has been a dilemma in especially in the academia, like in the field of pedagogy, on whether students or researchers should use AI, specifically ChatGPT, on which Dr. Wino presented on. As an instructor or a lecturer, what's your take about students using this in academics?
Since it is there, I think students can use it to get direction, because perhaps a student wants to write a paper and then he doesn't know where to begin. It's possible that he can consult, just as they consult Google search, and this can give a direction on which way you can go in your own research. And so having found that direction, then you should be able to apply your own thinking capacity in coming up with ideas that will actually also be helpful to the society. Yes.
All right. So awarded because we have, is it just ordinary people who can critically question AI, or rather is education a requisite for someone to participate in such interrogations?
As long as we are able to see how AI is affecting us, anybody can question it. But actually it's a role given to the academic society to be able to articulate these issues in a manner that will help to give sense to what we have, and so that we can be able to apply it in a meaningful way.
Thank you very much, Dr. Makoha.
Thank you.
Wadeka sana.
Asante sana.
Thank you. All right, and now I also have another guest now. As you have heard from Dr. Makoha, everyone has the capacity to think philosophically, because philosophy is just, it involves questioning, reflecting, and seeking understanding about phenomena in our world. So everyone in their capacity. You do not have to be quite an academic person or an elite. Let me welcome, it's good morning.
Yeah, it's still morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for accepting to speak to us. Yeah, so you are one of the earliest birds here on this in this symposium. Could you just please kindly first introduce yourself, and then just share a little bit about what you expect so far, how it is, and what you expect of this Philosophy Day Symposium?
Yeah, thank you. My name is Philip Musi. Previously from Moi University, but currently at the Open University of Kenya. I was actually the first participant here today. I came earlier because I had anticipated that I would get a jam, but then because being a weekend, there was no jam, so I arrived early. I was the first one to get here. I came to know about this symposium in two of our forums, where I share with Professor Kahiga, one of the keynote speakers. Professor Father Kahiga is my mentor insofar as philosophy is concerned. He's among as many other mentors, but he's been very close to me in journeying towards philosophy, because I teach with him in the same department. I've been his student, and I really follow his thought process in terms of philosophical thinking. And when I saw that it is about AI, philosophy and AI, currently I'm teaching philosophy and critical thinking in the Open University of Kenya. And in preparation of the materials of teaching students, we are also encouraged to use AI and to assist us prepare the material. So it was, a very opportune time for me to come and really, dialogue with minds, about philosophy and AI. So that's why I'm here.
Okay, so what themes or aspects of the general theme really are you focusing on or interested in, and what do you expect to glean at the end of the day?
Yeah, actually the fears that people have about AI or generative artificial intelligence, that it is coming to kind of take over, take over either the spaces that we have as philosophers or teachers or any other spaces that we have in the world of academia. So the fears that we have been expressing and how we are going, how the presenters are going to debate on how to overcome those fears, how to live with those fears, how to counteract the challenge that has been posed by AI in the world of academia. Yeah, that's my biggest interest.
Yeah, there are so many questions that have been raised, and as an instructor or a tutor, I think we are also always constantly learning, even in our positions as trainers. And also an attendee in this symposium, what are the key questions or concerns that you hope this symposium will address, particularly in the intersection of AI and philosophical inquiry, because there are people, even researchers, who are interested, and those who have started, and of course exploring these two.
Okay, thank you. The biggest question that you want to interrogate, especially the relationship between philosophy and AI, is the level of creative thinking. Okay, can AI merge or be at the same level with the human intellect? When Professor Kahiga was presenting and saying, the generation of AI is like the way God created the universe. Okay, so AI is a level lower than the human intelligence from that. From that narrative of Professor Kahiga. So how the fear that is being propagated about AI might not really be founded, because it's the human intelligence that has created it. So there's no way it can be superior to the human intelligence. It just logically follows. It's not possible. It does some activities, or even some of the things that has been commanded to do, does them very efficiently, more than the human, but it cannot be as creative and as ingenious as the human mind. It cannot be. But I appreciate the contribution that it has made, or it has done, to the world of academia. I was recently in a training on how to use AI in teaching. And one of the trainers was asking us, why would you create what is already existing? Most of the knowledge that AI gives to us is existing knowledge, and we access it in the fastest way possible, and even most comprehensive way possible.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So why would you go out there to create knowledge that is already existing? Yeah, and existing. So there were like 5 R's that you are supposed to use in the AI era. Reuse what is already there. Right? So try to see what's available and find a way of reusing it as you teach, or as you do whatever you want to do, like in the media. What do you benefit from what is existing through the assistance of the AI? So reuse it. The second one is revise. So it's already existing, right? You don't create it, just revise it to suit your space, right? Thirdly is you remix. So you have several aspects of knowledge, right? So remix them around and see how you can create them. Then fourthly is redistribute. And then lastly is retain. So those are the things in knowledge. Those are very important aspects that you want to use, and AI does them very well.
All right, thank you very much. Now, finally, before you go, there are so many, how do we call this? There are so many disciplines that are involved, as Dr. Owino pointed out. It's not something like a single discipline that would brag about contributing to the AI. So as from your own discipline, what are you doing towards striking a balance between human thinking and the AI, and making sure that we reap the best from this technology?
Yeah, my discipline is philosophy. I teach philosophy and critical thinking, or even problem solving. Now, AI almost does this instantaneously, Now, the only catch point is that you cannot be able to effectively use AI if you do not have the competence yourself, the knowledge and the competence. So the other day I was doing the same course that I'm telling you about, an online course on Coursera. So there was a problem. One of the activities was to solve a mathematical problem. AI gave 3 different answers. I put the same question on Google Bard, all right? It gave 3 different answers. So if you don't know which one is the correct answer, you can't be able to tell, you know? So human creativity, the human input can never be replaced by AI. It's not possible. So the fear, the unsettlement that is there is, of course, has some, there is some ground for it, but we can always cover that ground. And yeah.
Great. As usual, a machine always has some errors. Great. Thank you very much.
It's actually like 70%. They say Chat GPT is 70% correct. So there is a margin of 30%, you know. 30% is a big margin.
Thank you very much, Philip, and I'm happy to hear that you work closely with Professor Joseph Kahiga. I'm proud to be an alumni, an alumnus of Moi University. It is my alma mater, the university with a difference. Great.
Which school was that?
That was the School of Communication. Yes.
That's very nice.
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you.
Great.
Asante.
Asante. All right. So as you have heard, there were quite thought-provoking questions and presentations that had to set the precept for the entire day. It is just the first break. And of course, we expected on the other hall and this hall, there will be concurrent presentations, all focusing on issues of AI, human interrogation. And this knowledge is not just limited, this interrogation rather, to educationists and all that, as you've heard before. You also have the opportunity to engage in this. As this philosopher, that is the futurist and American futurist and writer or author, Alvin Toffler, once said that the illiterate of the 21st century will not be the ones who cannot read or write, but rather those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn what they already know. And this is the opportunity presented to us by Tangaza University College. And of course, you can also be part of this, that we are not just dealing with the traditional way, but it's also imperative to look at the technological changes, what is coming forward, and of course predict the future. I'd like to just allow you to take or just borrow some things as you follow through this symposium, the questions and answers. I'm camping here with Kennedy Okoth, Willie Mutua, Eric Otieno, and Samuel Cherubor. And we are having Peter Mwangi on the other end in our headquarters. My name is Sasha Elizabeth, and I wish you a great day.
speaking a philosopher, but because I can use my human intelligence, I can say I am a philosopher. One thing I normally fear about philosophers is about fallacies. I don't know how many you recognize in my speech, but also I heard that one also told me that they also fear theologians because of heresies. So bear with me. Okay, now the topic I am going to speak about is a critical evaluation of Lonergan's concept of human understanding and artificial intelligence. So this is a comparative study. I will start off with a brief description of AI, advantages and disadvantages of both AI and human intelligence. Then Lonergan's concept of human understanding as the foundation of AI, and also lastly the preeminence of human understanding over artificial intelligence. Now, artificial intelligence, anyway, for me, is the performance of tasks normally requiring human intelligence processes by machines, especially computer systems. And we can identify some of these. There is what we call visual perception, which is normally used in self-driven cars. I was also listening to a clip on WhatsApp, and this professor was saying that contact lens can also be used to go online. So you blink your eye and you are online. And the first people who will buy those will be college students, especially during the exam. Now, there is also speech recognition. I think we know that one. You translate, it translates the voice to the text. And also translation between languages, like French to English, Swahili to English, and according to the languages which are there. And also, we have the expert systems. This is a program where talented programmers draw knowledge from experts and seek to program this expert knowledge into their programs. For instance, in a chess game, there is this program, IBM supercomputer, called Deep Blue. It beat Garry Kasparov, the world's best chess player, in 1997. I tried also sometimes I use a computer also to play chess. The first time I did, I also lost. But when I learned the tricks of the computer, of this program, then now I beat it. Or I don't even need this program. I have to get another one which is better. Speed. A computer can perform thousands, if not millions, of operations in a second. And this is a very, 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 very huge advantage over human beings. Memory, there is almost no limit to the amount of data memory that can be attached to AI. Complexity. Artificial intelligence can deal with many variables at the same time. Models of climate change, landing a Boeing 747, connecting buyers and sellers all over the globe. So it can do, it is very, very, very complex. And all these innovations are good, however, whatever intelligence we attribute to computers and artificial intelligence, it is but a pale reflection of human intelligence, who is the inventor, the designer, the manufacturer, and also the user. AI is open to indefinite improvement, along these lines and utilizing this strength. However, there are also limitations. The first one is quantifiable data. All data must be quantifiable. AI has to be reduced to electronic positive or negative, on or off, 1 or 0. So they don't have a middle way. So like when our friend like John Pombe Magufuli wanted to took a pawpaw and tested it for COVID-19. I don't know which results he got. But now, that machine was not created for pawpaws. Those are not the samples. But it will give you a result, either positive or negative. So I think that's where sometimes we get it wrong. And I think that's where John Pombe Magufuli got also wrong. Passive. Artificial intelligence is passive. It follows rules and does what the software program tells it to do. If you want to design a computer to learn, you must put in a program to tell it it works. If it works, do it again. If it doesn't, do something else. Lack of initiative. Computers will never take initiative until they are programmed to do so. So we talk of morality, of robotic behavior. This is misplaced. It is the programmers of robots who are moral agents. Remember these cars, Volkswagen, the designers, administrators, and manufacturers, were morally responsible for cheating on emotions test. No one in their right mind would take the computer to court. And also, loss of jobs. As computers replace human beings, many people will lose their jobs. Therefore, artificial intelligence will always retain the character of passivity, being mechanical, and also following the rules of software. Now we have this philosopher and theologian, maybe like me. He's called Bernard Lonergan. He was a Jesuit. And he has two important works. The Insight, mainly dealing philosophical matters, and Method in theology. So that one deals with theology. So the Insight, for me, is one of the best philosophical books on human understanding. According to him, we can just summarize it in just 3 processes: to see, to judge, and act. So you can also use this to compare and contrast with the AI. So according to Lonergan, the human mind is rich, but layered and complex. It involves questioning, experiencing, understanding, interpreting, recognizing, getting ideas, judging true or false, correct or incorrect, good or bad, and we decide and implement our decisions. Infinitely complex. The human intelligence, Lonergan tells us, is capable of thinking, doing, and making all things. We can ask questions about everything. We can think and understand all in very varying degrees, all things. We can develop in-depth width, detail, wisdom, and learn. So it looks at the causes, relations, identities, characteristics, ideas, law, regularities, and anticipations. So then active and creative. A number of people have talked about this. We have invented the languages. We have discovered many things. When I was a a young boy, we are told that Leberman and Kraft, they discovered Mount Kilimanjaro. Yeah? I think those are some of the biases sometimes you get. So they discovered Mount Kilimanjaro, and we took that as something true. Anyway, but all in all, we have been able to be creative. We have invented telephones, WhatsApp, and you can you can go on and on. Development, and also we develop from being children, high school, and university, and the wisdom of old age, like me. Advantages of human intelligence. Even though human intelligence is slow because thinking takes time, has limited memory, which decreases with the age, like even mine, my wisdom also decreases with the age, and can deal with one or two variables at a time because we have limited ability to deal with complexity. It is, for me, it is far better than AI. Computers have never asked questions, never got ideas, never interpreted or recognized anything, never conceived the implementation of an idea, and never produced instruments to help it. Computers are mechanical and passive as opposed to humans who are actively intelligent, creative, and developing. Now, I would like to finish my reflection on looking at driverless cars. This is a great innovation. And so let us look at the question is it possible for AI to emulate the human intelligence skills in driving a car? The human driver is a smooth integration of consciously paying attention, seeing, understanding, recognizing, judging, deciding, and acting. Human understanding has no difficulty because it can understand rules, situations, things, and conditions, can judge the relevance of each to a unique time and place, and can decide appropriately and immediately. Humans understand the rules of the road. The rules are ideas. They are abstract and general, but each motoring situation is concrete and particular and unique. So human intelligence is again needed to recognize the situations where the rules apply and recognize which rule takes priority over the other, and at the end to judge what is right to do and what is not right to do. So because also human intelligence is flexible, it can cope with emergencies, the unpredictable, the unique, the unexpected, and the exceptions that prove the rule. So that's why it is very, very important. AI actually understands nothing, never has and never will. AI does not consciously see, does not recognize, does not interpret, does not judge. All it does is to follow the rules of the software program, responding to electronic input from various sensors. A program is needed to recognize a person, another to recognize a set of lights, another to recognize a hydrant, and so on and so on. Humans, because of our intelligence, take for granted the ability to recognize possible dangers, situations, contexts, and conditions. But for AI, a special program has to be created for each of the particular elements. AI does not have the ability to apply general rules to a particular situations without a further software program to tell it how to do it. So then also, now as we finish, humans understand humans, human drivers understand other drivers, and can usually understand the intentions or predicaments. In a controlled and quantifiable environment, such as a chessboard or conveyor belt, the computer will excel. AI has a future in controlled situations, such as factories, robotics, computers, dealing with large-scale data, and the like. The driving environment is not controlled or structured. It is full of complications, exceptions, unique situations, and predictable behavior, human wisdom, and human folly. AI is not good in such an environment. It can be of help, added help, but it cannot substitute human intelligence. There is no room for error on the road because lives are at stake. Thank you very much.
One more clap for Dr. Namuga. Thank you very much. Dr. Namuga has given us applied Lonergan's cognitional theory of human understanding, the question of artificial intelligence. And if I understood the gist of your presentation very well, is that human beings understand, but artificial intelligence does not understand. Now, before I call the next presenter, Sabas Kimani, could you be anywhere around? Sabas, has anyone seen him around? Please, if you see him, tell him to see me. I would like to take this opportunity. There is a presenter who was supposed to present online, but we are not going to have him all the way from Nigeria, Dr. Jimo. So we are going to skip that for now. If he gets himself available later in the course of the day, we'll come back to him. For now, let us go to the next presenter, and this is none other than Reverend Dr. Mundua. Dr. Mundua, many of us know him very well. He's a teacher, he's a lecturer at the Institute of Philosophy and Theology of the Apostles of Jesus, where he himself is a member, and he's also a part-time lecturer here with us in Tangaza. And Dr. Mundua is going to talk to us about the abyss between human and artificial intelligence. Dr. Mundua, welcome. A clap for him.
I welcome you to this presentation on the abyss between human and artificial intelligence. Because of time, I will not read the abstract, but I will explain what the abstract says. Basically, this presentation
is about my claim that human and artificial intelligence are two worlds apart. We can appreciate the development of this technology of artificial intelligence and the contribution to human life, but we should avoid the delusion that we can recreate a human being or a human mind through the technology of artificial intelligence. This is basically what this paper is going to present. The argument for the abyss between human and artificial intelligence is that human intelligence is intentional, embodied consciousness, which artificial intelligence is not. So when we talk of artificial intelligence in comparison to human intelligence, it is analogical. So my presentation refutes the claim that artificial intelligence can be equal to human intelligence, or as it is claimed, that one time it can supersede human intelligence. I will give an overview of artificial intelligence. This phrase, artificial intelligence, was coined by John McCarthy. And in this, he highlights two concepts, namely intelligence and artificial, used as adjective, which can help us to get the literal meaning. But we can define artificial intelligence according to the meaning intended by McCarthy as the replication of intellectual processes characteristic of human cognitive activities such as generalization, data analysis, and reasoning in digital computer artifacts like robots. It is the simulation of certain aspects of the processes at the intellectual level of human cognitive operation. Cognitive scientists analyze the human mind and view it as a computational system. Artificial intelligence is then mimicking of the complex computational functioning of the human mind through algorithms and programs. In a nutshell, artificial intelligence is the replication of the working of the mind in a computational non-biological substrate. One of the prominent researchers, scholars in the field of philosophy of mind, John Searle, categorizes artificial intelligence into two forms. He talks of weak and strong artificial intelligence. The distinguishing feature between the two is the claim that the individual hold about their comparison or relationship to human intelligence. According to Searle, weak artificial intelligence lays a claim of being instrumental in the execution of human intelligence, such that it is understood merely as a tool used to perform tasks with high rigor and precision, which otherwise human intelligence cannot handle. Thus, weak artificial intelligence is the mimicking and application of intelligent human behavior applied in a limited sense, just as a perfect tool for solving complex problems. It does not lay any claim of parallel sentient and conscious intelligence to that of humans. But then when you go to the strong artificial intelligence, according to John Searle, it claims to be not only a tool, but equated to operations of human mind, because it exhibits exactly the cognitive state and operations of the human mind. Thus, strong artificial intelligence is claimed to be a creation of a fully conscious entity from computational programs and hardwares. According to the proponents of strong artificial intelligence, a computer is not merely a tool, but rather the appropriately programmed computer is really a mind. Thus, strong artificial intelligence is claimed to have understanding and other cognitive states that are found in human intelligence. It is argued that if a computer is programmed well, it can literally have cognitive state, and such program thus explains human cognition. The claim of strong artificial intelligence draws, therefore, attention to reflect on the psychological and philosophical significance of simulation of cognitive activities and capacities. This study, my presentation, refutes the claim of artificial intelligence that sentience and consciousness can be artificially created and described in algorithmic forms, while appreciating weak artificial intelligence and its contribution to the betterment of human life. So I will use three philosophers to discuss the 3 points. I will begin with the embodiment of human intelligence. To demonstrate this claim, I take the philosophy or the thoughts of the French phenomenologist Merleau-Ponty and his theory of lived body. Merleau-Ponty contests that humans have a lived body with which they relate to the world, and are intelligent and reflective through that relationship. He argues that it is not only a species of being that has a lived body, it is only a species of being that has a lived body that can be aware of the world and its contents. Thus, according to Merleau-Ponty, we can only be conscious of our experience of what is in the world as it appears to us insofar as we are in the world through our body, and insofar as we perceive what is in the world with the body. In his theory of lived body, one of the central aspects is perception phenomenologically conceived. What the lived body perceives presents itself with the world ready-made as the setting of every possible event. So for Merleau-Ponty, perception is an event that forms key component of human life in the world as intelligent and reflective being. So for him, the human body is not just a mass, is not just matter, is not just any inert mass, a mere object. It is a form of consciousness. Whether we consider what we consider as mental states and activities like thinking, desire, belief, and so on, are bodily consciousness. So for Merleau-Ponty, the body is a subjectivity. Now, what is the significance of this theory to the topic that I'm discussing? It is that it underscores a very crucial point, that no intelligence can be developed in a non-lived body framework. Thus, it is impossible to have disembodied intelligence as claimed in strong artificial intelligence. It is used only analogically. If we accept Merleau-Ponty's theory, then we find that artifacts that embody strong artificial intelligence lack required perceptive interaction with the environment. What constitutes strong artificial intelligence is only disembodied complex simulation which cannot replicate perception that encompass the inner subjectivity of human experience. I go to the second point, for which I argue that artificial intelligence and human intelligence are separated by an abyss. That is consciousness. What makes human intelligence inimitable by strong artificial intelligence is the former's possession of consciousness. Human intelligence is conscious. Experts in philosophy of mind have defined consciousness, and we can, for ad hoc use here, use Thomas Nagel when he asserts that an organism is said to have consciousness if and only if it has an experience of something that is like to be that organism. One of his celebrated paper is what it feels, or what is it like to be a bat. This is a paper in which he came with this theory. In his line of thought, the basic connotation of consciousness is the subjective experience of what it is like to be that subject. This is what is called phenomenal consciousness. The experience that there is something it is like to be in that state. We can then assert that conscious mental state is when there is experience of something it is like to be in that state. There is also the non-phenomenal notion of consciousness, which is defined or proposed by Bloch, another scholar in philosophy of mind. He refers to it as access consciousness and describes it as something close to information processing image or phenomenal consciousness. This non-phenomenal understanding of consciousness is computational in nature, that is to say it has information processing character. And this is what strong artificial intelligence is based on. But there's yet another sense of understanding of consciousness, which is commonly known as self-consciousness. It is basically the possession of the concept of the self and the capacity to use it in thinking about the self. In this way, self-consciousness can be described as a kind of internal monitoring of the phenomenal consciousness of one's self and the consciousness of other states in which the self is. After this discussion about the consciousness, we can now attempt to answer the question of whether artifacts such as computers and its sophistications can be conscious. In trying to investigate if these things like computers and robots that operate complex functions can be conscious, it is important to note that in the field of philosophy of mind, scholars have generally distinguished two approaches in the understanding of human mind. The first one is the neurobiological, and the second one is the computational. The first approach considers the biological nature of human experience as central in explaining human mind, whereas the second approach considers the mind in terms of information processing, computation, and the function in a system. It is this second approach, what is called the computational approach of understanding human mind, that the claim on the project of strong artificial intelligence is based. However, from the discussions that we have had, it is clear that consciousness is something beyond information processing and computation. It encompasses the two dimensions in understanding the mind, namely the neurobiological and the computational functional dimension, and it transcends them to rise to the concept of the self that is referential in understanding consciousness. So we cannot talk of concept of consciousness without the concept of self. Since selfhood is lacking in computers and robots, they cannot replicate human intelligence. Whatever we call intelligence in them is analogically attributed. The last point is that human intelligence cannot be replicated by artificial intelligence because of another property called intentionality. I'm very happy that Father Gerald Namunga has talked here about Bernard Lonergan's insight. But it is a matter of fact that Bernard Lonergan's insight was drawn from the phenomenology of Edmund Husserl, on who I'm going to base my understanding of intentionality. Intentionality is the characteristic of mental state by which it is directed at or about objects or states of affair in the world. Edmund Husserl is perhaps the best thinker whose thoughts about intentionality can be useful ad hoc in this discussion. The concept of intentionality in Husserl is linked to lived experience and consciousness. The lived experience and events that constitute conscious life, according to Husserl, are what constitute or what will contribute to the understanding of intentionality. We can understand them in Husserl as passing subjective occurrences whose existence coincide with their being lived. The theory of intentionality in Husserl is different from that of representational theory, which explains intentionality as a mere directedness towards an object in terms of mental representation that stands for external real objects. In Husserl, it is the application of consciousness to that directedness to an object. So intentionality in Husserl is conscious. So when we put these three concepts together, intentionality lived experience or embodiment and consciousness, we now can conclude that artificial intelligence can never replicate human intelligence. I think that will be the conclusion of this presentation. We appreciate the advancement in artificial intelligence technology that has improved many facets of human life to an unprecedented level. Today we have improved healthcare than before due to accurate diagnosis, storage of medical history of an individual, advanced surgical procedures, thanks to artificial intelligence. We can now accurately arrive at any location without a struggle to sit down, to spread a map, to read, to find our location. We just use a Google map. We can order a taxi, food, purchases and many other things online. And we can work from homes instead of going to the office. Indeed, we can come up with a long list of how artificial intelligence has bettered our life. For this reason, this study complements the employment of artificial intelligence as a tool in the hands of human beings in various ways for the purposes of improving human life. However, this study contests equating artificial intelligence to human intelligence, arguing that the two can only be analogized but can never be equated. Thus, the focus of the study is the refutation of the following arguments by the proponents of strong artificial intelligence. First, that human intelligence can be replicated in artificial artifacts, such that human intelligence and artificial intelligence can be held at a par. That's the first point it refutes. The second point it refutes is the main argument of strong artificial intelligence. The study elaborates that human intelligence is different from artificial intelligence because it is an embodied, conscious, and intentional intelligence. All these three interconnected crucial attributes of human intelligence are absent in artificial intelligence. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mundua, for that good presentation. So he has presented to us about this abyss. Abyss is like a deep hole, or a wide difference between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. And he has said there are two particular things that create this difference. One of them is consciousness, and the other one is intentionality. We'll come to interrogate them in a little while. Before we go for lunch, we have one more presentation, and this is from none other than Dr. Reverend Alabe. Dr. Alabe is a Comboni missionary from Togo, working here in Kenya, and is a lecturer both here in Tangaza at the Institute of Philosophy and also at the Apostles of Jesus Institute of Philosophy and Theology. Dr. Alabe, welcome. And Dr. Alabe is going to compare between artificial intelligence and the question of free will from an atomistic perspective. Let us welcome Dr. Alabe. Karibu.
Good afternoon. Professor Kaiga, at the end of his presentation, or giving the answer to the question, said we are the one. We think we are so special about our thinking. And then I think we are very special. And then we pretend to say what the reality should be. And then I think it is what I'm going to do, to say that we are so special. Okay. My topic is AI and free will, a critical perspectives based on St. Thomas Aquinas' concept of liberum arbitrium. Somebody can wonder, ask himself, St. Thomas did not talk about AI. Even at his time, AI was not there. But St. Thomas can still enlighten us to understand the problematic of AI, especially the problematic of, or the claim of free will to AI. So my presentation, the starting point of this presentation comes from a statement made by John McCarthy when he said, AI needs a more developed formal theory of free will, that is the structure of choice a robot can have and what it can usefully know about it. From this statement, we have two concepts of free will, or what seems to be free will for AI. The capacity to choose and the awareness of the choice. And we know that free will is linked to the human acts. And then St. Thomas will say human acts are embedded in the intellect and in the liberum arbitrium, which is free will. So we have the connection between free will, or AI, and St. Thomas. So the question is, can machines have free will by the fact that they are intelligent and can perform some tasks as humans do? So we presume that the machines are intelligent. So from this presumption, we'll move on. Now let us understand what St. Thomas says about free will. What is his conception of free will? And then from his conception, we'll be able to link that conception to AI. So after presenting the conception of free will, we will present three points. The perspectives of St. Thomas will help us to analyze two theories: the computational theory of mind, the automaton theory, and then after analyzing these two theories, we will move on with intentionality and ultimate end in free will. In St. Thomas distinguished two understandings of free will. What is liberum arbitrium? We have a broad conception, which is libertas voluntatis, which implies the sourcehood, but not alternative possibilities. It means the free agent is the principle of his action, but it does not imply possibilities of choice. The second conception, which is the narrow conception, is what St. Thomas calls liberum arbitrium, which imply sourcehood and alternative possibilities. And then he defined free will or liberum arbitrum like this. Say the proper act of free will is choice. So free will implies choice. For we say that you have free will because we can take one thing while refusing another. And it is to choose. Therefore, we can consider the nature of the free will by considering the nature of choice. So free will is connected to the choice. Free will as the power to choose. Now, how St. Thomas, or what does he understand by that power? Free will is the power to choose based on a free judgment done by a free agent. And the power is that by which an agent acts or a patient undergoes an action. In St. Thomas, we have two conceptions of this power. We have passive power and then active power. So free will is power by which an agent acts or a patient undergoes an action. What is this power? The power to choose for St. Thomas is not a moral and legal permissibility. It means the agent does not receive the authorization to act from somewhere. The power is not about skills. The power is not a physical power. For St. Thomas, the power is an apprehensive and appetitive power, which means the power to choose derived from the intellect and the will, according to St. Thomas. So we can summarize the conception of free will in St. Thomas in these 4 points. Free will, first of all, is the power to choose among alternatives. It is the power in question is apprehensive and appetitive power. By their apprehensive power, man judges freely and chooses his action, applying knowledge to what he or she does. And the last point is man has free will, that is the power to choose by the fact that they are rational. And this point is essential for St. Thomas. Man has free will because he's a rational being. So from this perspective, when we put this in connection with AI, free will and AI, we can say a machine is considered to be intelligent under these conditions. If the machine can analyze information and extract insights beyond the obvious. If it can learn and make their own decisions. And then we can see now with reinforcement learning machines, they are able to make decisions without relying on human beings. Moreover, intelligence is the essential characteristic of rationality. It refers to the cognition process of understanding, judging, and making decisions. So we presume that a learning machine, for instance, being intelligent is rational. If free will is embedded, according to St. Thomas, in the intellect and in human rationality, it may be concluded that AI has free will by the fact that it is a rational agent, able to make decisions and to choose among alternatives. So from this perspective that human being has free will because it's a rational being, AI is a rational agent, we can conclude that AI has free will. But from rationality to free will, some consideration should be made. And then to analyze this one, to make this consideration, we have to analyze now these two theories, computational theory of mind and then automaton theory. The computational theory of mind says that the mind is a special kind of computer. And then the appropriately programmed computer really is a mind. So the mind is a computer. And then the cognition, conscience, and neural activity are a form of computation. And then human rational agency equal artificial rational agency, and then imply free will. But this perspective should be taken seriously in consideration because an artificial rational agency does not imply automatically free will. First of all, because human being is rational by nature, not by artifact. Wherefore, he has free will. It undermines that free will is the power of reason, which is the essence of man as the imago Dei. So if you consider this, we cannot say free will pertains to AI. Secondly, the will is as an appetitive, and as an appetite is the power of the soul by which humans are inclined towards something, So we have here the idea of intentionality. But what is interesting is that to notice that the will as an appetite is the power of the soul. We cannot verify that AI has a soul. Thirdly, the cognitive processes of acquiring and applying knowledge need a biological substrate, which is the brain. So if you consider this point, this argument, we cannot say that free will pertains to AI. The second theory is automaton theory and free will. In AI automaton theory, system empowers a device with a predetermined sequence of operations automatically. We have an input and then we expect an output. It is a system whose operation is based on a deterministic framework. Before moving ahead, it is important to notice that to say that the perspective of free will in St. Thomas is not deterministic, but the will considered as principle of action has a natural necessity. So it's not a deterministic perspective, but it has a natural necessity which inclines toward the universal goodness without being under coercion. So there is a natural necessity in the will, but at the same time, the agent is not under necessity, under coercion. Apparently, it seems that the automaton system follows a kind of necessity because the device is set, input and output. But based on this one, can we say that the system, the device, has free will? So in AI device equipped with an automaton system, the necessity is not by nature, but by mimicry and programming. In this perspective, the automaton theory in comparison with natural necessity in humans cannot guarantee the possibility of free will. Nevertheless, can AI choices be intentionally good directed? This is the last point where I talk about intentionality and ultimate end. The intentionality is a relation between a doing and a why, or what for, of this doing, where the why is what specifies what someone is really doing. So to understand the intentionality, you have to take into consideration the what and why. For human beings, directly or indirectly, human acts aim at an ultimate end, which is happiness. That is, according to St. Thomas, to know God, to know and to love God. The question is, can a combination of algorithms able to know God? About the ultimate end, intentionality cannot be considered in AI as tension toward a universal goodness, which is God. It can neither be contemplated as tension toward the ultimate end, which is happiness. Maybe through the performance of some good, we can be happy. But for the AI itself, the device itself, can it experience happiness? So in conclusion, we say the claims of free will are unsupported in St. Thomas Aquinas' conception of liberum arbitrum for these reasons. Man has free will because he's a rational being by nature. AI is a rational agent by simulation of human rationality. Secondly, the will is free by its proper nature, following its natural inclination toward the goodness and the ultimate end. The choice is a means to an end, not an end itself. It is therefore obvious that humans do not act for the sake of acting, but for the sake of an end that AI cannot conceive. The consciousness in a human act is more than learning from experience, applying knowledge to something, or being aware of one's acts implies the ability to witness, to bind, and to judge. Thence, AI cannot be bound to its own acts, although it can choose among alternatives. So AI represents a challenge to humanity, urging us to delve into a deeper understanding of our identity, of our nature, in order to fully grasp the nature of AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alabie, for that wonderful comparison between artificial intelligence and free will. And if I get the gist of your presentation is that, can artificial intelligence really said to be free? Can it be said to act for an end? Can it be said to act for an ultimate end? And can AI activities be held responsible for themselves? So, having heard those presentations, we have heard the first presentation this after break from Dr. Namuga, comparing human understanding and artificial intelligence from a Lonergan perspective. We have heard Dr. Mundua making a distinction and the separation between artificial intelligence and human intelligence from a perspective of consciousness and intentionality. And we have heard Dr. Alabie making the same distinction from a point of view of free will. Now it's time to interrogate these presentations, and as usual, it's time now to take questions from the floor from these three presenters. As usual, I think we'll take at least 2 questions from each presenter, and then we see how that goes. So, vijana wa mkono, mko wapi? I don't know whether just to let the floor open or I go sequentially according to how they are presented. Huh? It's better. Okay, so we just go sequentially the way they are presented. We'll begin with any questions to Dr. Namuga, followed by any questions to Dr. Mundua, and lastly to Dr. Alabie. So we proceed thus. This is the only thing. We don't have any other. First come, first served. The first 2 questions for Dr. Namuga. Namuga, I can see you're in trouble. I'm seeing many hands. From Professor Kahiga, be ready.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Gerald. My question is, you mentioned that AI does not think. I hope I'm correct on that in terms of quoting you. If human beings input thinking algorithm in AI, if a human being inputs thinking algorithm in AI, will it not be said to think? Yeah, you mentioned in your talk that AI does not think. Yeah?
Bring that one.
AI does not think.
it is the human person behind the AI who thinks. Also this one, I think we can look at the definition of our terms, which might also bring some problems here, because I see questions coming in about human biases, that we take ourselves to be the ones who are thinking, and then we tend to exclude others who might also think in a different way. I think that's what I tend to understand in this question. For me, and I think what I was trying to show is that anything you have in AI, whether you call it thinking or I don't know, the origin is the human person. So in that sense, that's why the one who thinks should be the originator. I don't know if you have even this idea of logos and logos being the source of everything. So what we have as human beings should also come back from, go back to logos. I'm doing it from a simple kind of language because, as I said, I'm not a philosopher and I'm trying to address these issues. Maybe I am entering an area where I'm not, as you said, devils go where angels fear to tread. Now, AI can be effective. Don't get the impression that we are saying that AI is not important. It is very important. And I remember even the father mentioned the ways how AI is very, very, very effective in many things. As I said, it can help students to go online during an exam. So there are so many fields it can help us. But also, what we are also trying to show that it has its limitations. And we have categorized those limitations. And since, for me, I am not so much in those fields, others like education, but from what you have seen, it is really very, 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 very important. So don't get that impression that we are saying that AI is not good, is not important. It is really very, very important, and is used in our daily lives. So again, in a simple language, that's what I can say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Namuga, for your response. Actually, I just remember that the last question that was asked was applying to all the respondents. So any one of you has an insight to add to that?
Thanks very much. Can AI be effective in education and to what extent? Yes, but to a limited extent. As I said in my presentation, we can categorize, following John Searle, AI into two. There's what is called the weak artificial intelligence, not weak in the sense of the literal the term, but in the sense that its claims are limited. And in that sense, AI is just used as a tool. This, I think, question also was thoroughly answered by Dr. Wino, who presented here, one of our guest speakers. If education is structured and the methodology of education is structured and what pertains to education can be put on artificial intelligence to enhance education. For example, something like data analysis, something like access to libraries, online libraries. You don't now need to go to the library. You can access the library from your house. There are many things that AI can contribute in education arrangement. Now, but it cannot, for example, substitute the teacher. That was my argument, because strong AI claims that it can replicate a human being, a thinking being, conscious being. That means the claim will be, can we have a robot instead of the teacher?
If we put a robot instead of the teacher, will education be what we know education is supposed to be? And let's say it happens. I put a robot here. Here I teach symbolic logic. So, as Father Bernard said, you have input, then you expect output. So you program this robot to teach symbolic logic for today. And the class begins at, here we begin class at 8:30. So at 8:30, when the computer, the robot signal detects a human face, it means the students have arrived. And maybe it is one student. Then it begins teaching. Then a student arrives 10 minutes late. Because the robot has no embodiment, it cannot decode even emotions. Because it was programmed to begin classes at 8:30, nobody else will enter in that class until the time for which it was programmed to stop. But if a teacher, how much ever strict he is in a class, and the student comes late, and these students looks dejected, emotionally worn down, the teacher will detect that this student has a problem. The teacher will know maybe this student did not get a bus at the right time. Or where this student is staying, there could be a problem. Maybe he has not paid the rent, his things were thrown out, and he has come to school. He needs a special attention, not computational programming that a robot would do. So if we put a robot in place of a teacher, and for me, we are going to destroy what education is, because the teacher relates with the student emotionally, spiritually, and he relates with him in the content of what he's supposed to deliver. So to that extent, for me, a robot cannot replace a human teacher. So that is the limit to which artificial intelligence could be set in the educational practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mudu. I can see the other team is already serving lunch. Should we take one more question or bring it to an end? I hope they don't make too much noise. So let's just take at least a question for Dr. Alabe. Just one question for Dr. Alabe, please. Then we see what happens after that.
Thank you so much for the three presenters. The presentations are very thought-provoking. But I'm wondering, and I want to begin by borrowing a phrase from Wole Soyinka. He Wole Soyinka, is very uncomfortable with this concept of AI. He says we should not even be calling it AI. We should be calling it surrogate intelligence. Surrogate intelligence. We are transferring our own mind into a machine, isn't it? When you talk of surrogate intelligence. So then, my question is very simple. Are we, if we were to think of AI as surrogate intelligence, are we therefore not really here talking about human follies, inadequacies, and limitations? Are we also not talking about how we humans are able to stretch our own minds beyond certain areas that we can only probably dream in our experiences? Just a question. So when we begin talking about AI as if it was something that is external to us, you are missing the point according to Wole Soyinka. because Oleshoinka thinks that we have just cloned a baby, and this baby is just beginning to walk. It is at its infant stage. Maybe at some point, this baby will even be more intelligent than we are. Given time. Just like, for example, babies are born, they start slowly, and within time they're able to mature intellectually to be at the level perhaps at which we are at this particular point in time. So perhaps there is a way in which, given the, is it something to do with time, given the time that we have here, that in some future we'll be having more AIs that actually are almost closer to a perfect human intelligence. Thank you.
I believe that question was directed to Dr. Alabe. Or anyone? It was a general question, sounded more or less. So.
Yeah, I think you express the challenges of AI. Yeah, AI shows somehow human limits because AI is part of our life, and then we need it for many things. And AI can perform some tasks that we ourselves as humans we cannot do. So somehow AI shows the human limits, but at the same time, it shows also human capacities to create something to support its existence. So we have these two perspectives in AI. The other reality, okay, is that we cannot today pretend that we are so special, as the professor said. We have to try to redefine who we are in relation to AI. Because today, our identity somehow is linked to this reality. So that is what I can say about what the professor said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alabe. At least one thing we are getting to know is that these presentations are really provoking our thinking and making us think things we are not thinking. So, and as one of the presenters said, this thing is very new. We may not get very satisfactory answers right now. And I know I saw many hands we could continue discussing, but I can see it's lunchtime. I just beg that we can bring this to an end. But I have my own question too. You don't need to answer it here, but and particularly this question goes to Dr. Namuga, Dr. Mudia, and Professor Kahiga, the three of you simultaneously, because you have made some very firm statements, let me call them, about the subject of today. Dr. Namuga, you said computers don't think, and that artificial understanding does not understand. Artificial intelligence does not understand. Dr. Mudua, you said that artificial intelligence is not conscious, and it is not intentional. On the contrary, in the morning, the keynote speakers, notably Professor Kahiga, you brought the issue of bias. And you said, when we are talking about consciousness, whose consciousness are we talking about? And you said it's human consciousness. And you hinted that there could be other forms of consciousness that are not human. And also, when you spoke about thinking, the same bias. When we talk about thinking, could there be thinking that is not human? Like, do computers think? And you gave the example of computers being self-aware to a certain degree, that they can detect errors in themselves and clean themselves and things like that. Now, bringing all these things together, and like where we are here today, we are here because there is a reality we are recognizing called artificial what? Intelligence. We have always had human intelligence, but we are coming to the awareness that we have another intelligence that is not human. Could it be possible particularly Mundua and Namuga. What if, my question is, what if there was a consciousness that is not human? What if there was a thinking that is not human? Where would we put it? Just the way we are recognizing that there is an intelligence that is not human, and that's why we are here today. In such a way that there will be artificial consciousness and artificial thinking and all these things. And if we were to ascertain that these things are truly there is a consciousness that is not human, there's an intentionality that is not human, and all that, then what will be our next discourse? Would it be a question of who is superior to the other? Would it be a question of superiority, or will it just be a question of difference, that they are just different? I'm just wondering loud. If anyone wishes to answer me, or the crowd, now or later, Professor Kaiga, I can see your hand. Do you mind to hear Kaiga, then we go? Let's hear from him, then we can go.
Yeah, I appreciate this. Presenters, they express are very provocative and they're very positive. It's my opinion that there are so many other consciousness in different perspectives apart from human consciousness. And I can just give the example of the ants. When they build their structures where they live, they are conscious that an enemy is intruding. They prepare themselves to attack. They do attack. When they need to rebuild whatever is destroyed, they rebuild. That is a consciousness for them in their own context of consciousness, not the human context. And that is only one example, and there are several others. And nature itself as a whole is intelligent. We are only a very small part of nature. We only need to look at the intelligence of the cell of a living organism, whether it's in the plant or any other organism. It's intelligent and conscious. When it's being adjusted and modified by the human intelligence, it adapts itself to a different situation, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My view is contrary. In this, okay, not completely contrary. We can establish a hierarchy of beings and then apply the term consciousness to some univocally, but they are still maintained to some analogically. For example, a computer can scan itself. Now in reference to computers, a computer can scan itself, and even it can detect errors. But until that computer is switched on, so consciousness in computers is used analogically. It is by attribution. I believe that if there was no human consciousness, we could not talk about the consciousness of a computer. It is as far as a human being is conscious that then we can talk about the consciousness of a computer. I believe that a computer will not talk about its consciousness, but a human being can talk about the consciousness of a computer. And I agree with the professor that we could also attribute consciousness to these other living organisms or nature. But maybe Hegel's philosophy will help us here in a certain way. Could we talk of intelligence of the natural order, in which we find small ants, in which we have, they participate in a certain consciousness, which I cannot call self-consciousness. I will deny them selfhood. I will attribute selfhood only to human beings, and I will deny it to those conscious organisms. Thank you.
Okay, we come to the end of this session. As usual, let's put our hands together to appreciate these three presenters. So we just go the traditional way. Tunaangusha moja for Dr. Namuga. Tuende inua, angusha. That's for Dr. Namuga. Second one, inua. That's for Mudua. The third one, inua. That's for Alabe. So the other team is almost finishing that. I think just get here. There's another line there. When we get out, just serve. Then let's also spare on time. As you can see where we are. Eat quickly. We come back. We finish. Let us pray for the meal. Bless us, O Lord. And these are gifts which we are about to eat from your goodness through Christ our Lord. Amen. Bon appetit. presenters have done. So we are going to have virtual presentations. And the first presentation we are going to have is from Professor Nelson Shang. He's reaching us, I believe, either from the UK. Dr. Shang is a professor of philosophy at Higher Teacher Training College of the University of Bamenda in Cameroon, and also at the Catholic University of Cameroon. I believe Dr. Shang is online. Dr. Shang, are you there?
Yes, I am.
So it's your time to do your presentation to us. Your topic is very interesting. It's about the nature of consciousness. And I'd like to warn you that the stakes are very high, because the whole of this morning we have been discussing about consciousness. So the expectations are that to tell us about the nature of this thing. Please, the stage is yours.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor. Thank you for the warm introduction. I wish to equally thank the organizers of the symposium. For us to reflect on the question of consciousness today, especially from within the African continent, is very, very pertinent, very, very relevant, because we cannot be left behind. And I wish to thank the organizers for giving me the chance to share my thoughts on the issues of artificial intelligence. And my topic is on the metaphysics of artificial intelligence, analyzing the concept of consciousness in a digital age. Now, my work is going to I'm going to discuss 4 points, given the time I have. Basically, I'll begin with an introduction that sets the problem, and then the ontological status of artificial intelligence, then the nature of consciousness, because that is the fundamental dimension of the work. And the problem of consciousness leads to the next thing, which is the phenomenon of life. And then, since we are doing the reflections from within our continent, I propose to say a few words on African perspectives on artificial intelligence, and then I'll do a very brief conclusion. I don't know, am I still on track? Are you getting me?
So we are getting you clearly. It's only that your face is not there.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'm beginning with the introduction so that this can help the person doing the projection for the PowerPoint. I'm beginning with the introduction. And the very first thing about the introduction is just to observe that we are living in an age of artificial intelligence.
Dr.
And the
Shang?
evidence is glaring.
Dr.
Yes.
Shang, can I your camera is not well focused. Like, we are not seeing you. We can just see the background. Is it possible to adjust it?
Pardon?
Your camera, yeah. Can you, yeah. Oh, yeah, now we can see you. Thank you. We can see you now. Proceed.
Okay. Let me see. I don't know. Can you see me?
Yes, now we can see you.
Okay. So I was therefore indicating that we are living in an age of artificial intelligence, and the evidence is very much glaring when we look at our modern society today. We have revolutions. AI is very much active or useful in education, engineering, healthcare, finance, transportation. So we cannot, we are very much versed with the uses of AI, even from the social media and so on. This availability of AI has caught the attention of philosophers. That's why I propose to indicate that the starting point of any philosopher is not just an abstract idea, but it is always from the facet, an examination of a facet of reality whose paradoxical nature awakens the thinker's spirit of wonder. And we all know that philosophy arises out of wonder, curiosity, and a ferocious desire to understand. It is therefore of capital importance to ask ourselves, what is it about artificial intelligence that pricks the curiosity or the spirit of curiosity or wonder of a philosopher? And we keep in mind that artificial intelligence has to do with that branch of the philosophy of artificial intelligence, therefore, is that branch of philosophy that explores the fundamental questions and implications of AI. the philosophy of artificial intelligence delves into the nature of intelligence, consciousness, and then the ethical considerations. This explains the reason why we would very much be doing a reflection on it. But why a metaphysical reflection on AI? Because metaphysics, as a branch of philosophy, investigates the fundamental nature of reality. This gives metaphysics a twofold characterization. Metaphysics serves as a basic or fundamental science since it investigates the basis, the grounds, or the foundation of all reality. Metaphysics is equally a universal science since it studies that which is common to all reality in terms of its causes. It is from this perspective that we say that metaphysics is a basic and fundamental science insofar as it pushes all the way to the ultimate unity or the ultimate ground of everything. Now, in recent years, metaphysics has been increasingly relevant to the development of artificial intelligence. Why? Because the advent of artificial intelligence raises profound ontological questions about the nature of consciousness. AI systems are increasingly capable of performing tasks that were once exclusively human, such as understanding natural language, learning from experience, and making decisions based on complex data sets. These developments have led to the growing interest in understanding the underlying nature of consciousness and its relation to AI. It is from this perspective that I get into the next section, which deals with ontological status of artificial intelligence. Now, the metaphysics of artificial intelligence is concerned with the nature of artificial AI systems and their relationship to consciousness. This is because there are researchers who argue that AI systems can never achieve consciousness as they lack the necessary biological and psychological components that humans possess. We equally have others who argue that consciousness can be simulated or even created in digital systems, given that AI systems can learn, they can adapt, and they can exhibit goal-directed behavior. But we must keep in mind that artificial intelligence is intelligence demonstrated by machines, in contrast to the natural intelligence displayed by humans. Artificial intelligence, therefore, would be considered as that branch of computer science which involves developing computer programs to complete tasks which were once otherwise required human intelligence. It is from this perspective. Please, there is a noise in the background that I'm not. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Shan, continue. Somebody had unmuted their microphone. We are okay. Continue.
Okay, there's a noise in the background. I'm unable to, okay.
Yes, we have muted it.
Good. I was therefore indicating that it is from this perspective that I am arguing here that as AI continues to advance, questions about the ontological status must emerge. And the ontological status of AI will simply refer to its fundamental nature and existence, and whether AI possesses consciousness, intentionality, or other mental states. From the program, of course, I realize that there is a lot of discussion that has gone on and will continue on the question of consciousness. But permit me to enter into the various theories that govern the question of consciousness in AI. There is the strong AI, which deals with artificial general intelligence, which says that it is very, very possible to create machines that are as intelligent as human beings. And then there is artificial superintelligence, which indicates that it is possible to create machines that are far more intelligent than human beings. But what are the various approaches that are used in relation to AI? We have the symbolic or rule-based approach, which indicates simply that AI uses logic and algorithms to manipulate symbols and to make references. Then we have machine learning, and machine learning is much more problematic because it is at this level that thinkers argue that it is possible to develop algorithms that can learn from data without being explicitly programmed. Now, if we have machines that can learn from algorithms without being programmed, then we understand why those who are pessimistic about artificial intelligence would say that somewhere along the line, humanity, Homo sapiens, runs the risk of being extinct if AI is allowed to flourish. And then we have the neural networks, whereby it is argued that they can build up computer models that simply imitate the structure of the biological brain. But what are the various underlying philosophical perspectives what are the various philosophical perspectives that underlie AI? And remember, these are set within the confines of consciousness. We have materialism, which argues that AI is simply purely physical and basically reducible to its underlying hardware and software. From this perspective, there is no way we can talk of consciousness. But even if we are to talk of consciousness, then it will be from a materialist perspective, therefore not in alignment with human consciousness. But we have dualism, and dualism argues that the AI has two main fundamental structures, the physical pole and the non-physical aspects. And it is from these non-physical aspects that the dualists will argue that AI possesses some form of consciousness. Now, then we equally have the functionalists, and functionalism argues from the perspective of the various functional processes that the physical components of AI possess. So these three perspectives simply pose the way, or pave the way rather, for a discussion on the fundamental nature of consciousness, which is the next section I am getting into. So what is consciousness? Consciousness can be defined basically as our subjective experience of the world, including our thoughts, our emotions, our sensations, and our perceptions. So to be conscious, because consciousness comes from the Latin cum, with, and scio, which is know. Therefore, to basically, from the etymological perspective, it has to do with, to be conscious is to be conscious of something is basically to share knowledge of it with someone. That's from a basic etymological perspective. So consciousness has to do with the capacity to be aware of the world around you, and then to be aware of the internal world, the world within our own self. Therefore, from the perspective of being conscious of our thoughts, our emotions, our sensations, our perceptions. And that's why consciousness would be divided into two main directions. We have direct or immediate consciousness, which is our awareness of the world, the external world. And then there is a reflexive consciousness now, which has to do with the understanding of our thought systems, our emotions, our sensations, and perceptions. In epistemology, for instance, we say that one of the methods of epistemology is that it is a reflexive. Therefore, to know is to know that I know. This is the dimension of consciousness that is reflexive, and it has to do with it is very determinant, because this is what distinguishes us from animals. Animals have a certain awareness of the world around them, but animals do not have that internal reflectiveness, that consciousness, which is internal. As human beings, therefore, we are capable of consciousness about the things outside of ourselves and within ourselves, while animals are only conscious of things that are outside of themselves. But when it comes to artificial intelligence, these machines are programmed and they act only under certain circumstances or conditions, such that the questions of their consciousness would not really, well, in my own case, as per my arguments, will not hold. Yet we have those within the dimension of strong AI who argue that it is possible to simulate consciousness, human consciousness in machines, and so on. But even if a machine is said to be programmed and to function under certain conditions, then it is, as we argue from the word, the kind of intelligence that it uses is merely artificial. Since the machine contains artificial intelligence, this is a form of intelligence that is put into place using human intelligence. And as such, the question of consciousness in machines, to me, does not does not very much find a place. I am very much aware in towards the end of 2023, there was a launching of Lambda, and some of the engineers argued that Lambda, which is a special form of AI, that Lambda had gained a certain, had become sentient. And to become sentient is to have biological and psychological features. Of course, there were several ramifications in that direction. Some of the engineers were sacked for holding on to such views. But the question of consciousness generally leads to the fundamental question of life. What is life? And we know from the perspective of philosophical anthropology that there are two main theories in relation to the question of life. The vitalists and vitalism, and the vitalists argue that there is a vital, a life-giving principle that is, therefore, in other words, the soul, a life-giving principle that is that is a faculty of the intellect, and therefore responsible for consciousness, for awareness, and so on in humans. But the mechanists will simply argue that all biological life and every single thing that exists, all the organisms that we hold, they do not possess any form of vital principle, but basically are simply a complex machine, complex parts that are fitted together to function just as a machine would function without the need of any external principle. From a vitalist perspective, there will be no consciousness in machines. From a mechanistic perspective, what they will consider as what is considered as consciousness will simply be a simulation of human consciousness, but basically would be a presentation of consciousness as a material reality. Now, the next section deals with African perspectives on AI. I will just indicate that the reason why I chose to reflect in this direction, in the presentation we have a whole lot that is written, but the reason why I chose to reflect on this is, if we are doing such a reflection, such a philosophical reflection from within the continent, then we need to take into consideration the cultural influence. We need to take try to have a deeper understanding on the cultural influences, the philosophical, African philosophical underpinnings, and then the African religious traditions, and see how these can have an impact on our understanding and acceptance of AI within the continent, so that we are able to appropriate it. And it is that form of appropriation which should be different from the way we have accepted other things from the West, maybe politics, democracy, and other technological advancements that have happened there. But this is so as to be able to appropriate it in a way that makes sense to the African, so as to integrate AI properly within our African traditional setups. Now, from the perspective of a conclusion, on looking at the program, I realized that because my conclusion was based basically on raising awareness, if we do a reflection on consciousness, then we should be able to do a reflection as well on the question of free will. Does AI have free will? Are AI systems, or are AI systems simply deterministic machines that are programmed to follow a set of rules? If they are programmed to follow a set of rules, in any case, then the conclusion was just to raise an awareness to indicate that, okay, while we are reflecting on consciousness, we should equally keep in mind that it is very necessary that we proceed from there to do a reflection on the question of free will. Thank you so very kindly for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shang, for that presentation. Please, an applause from the floor for Dr. Shang. Thank you very much. So, Dr. Shang, you will stay online so that we can hear the next presenter after you, and then we are going to get both of you. Is that okay with you? Dr. Shang?
Yes, I'm getting you.
Okay.
I'm getting you faintly.
Oh. Okay. You just stay online, then we will ask you some questions after the next presenter. Can you hear me?
Okay, I'll do that. I'll stay online.
Yeah, thank you. So we are going to invite the next presenter. The next presenter is also going to be online, and this is Dr. Anthony Icheloi. Dr. Anthony, are you there?
Can you unmute?
I'm present, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Here we are. The floor is yours right now. So Dr. Anthony is the chair of the Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies at Kisii University, but also a full-time lecturer in the same department in the same university.
Dr. Ichuloi is going to give us a presentation on the phenomenology of the human subjectivity in the technological rationality. Sounds like a very complicated topic, so you may have to unpack the meaning first, but welcome, the floor is so yours, if you still get me.
Well, I have sorry for that. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, we can hear you. Proceed.
That is Ichuloi. Hello?
Hello? Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, the problem now is that I'm not able to see my slides. I thought you will put it on the other side. But if you can see me, I can still get into the aspect of the work that I'm actually presenting. Yeah.
You can share your screen or you can send it to us, we project.
Yeah, yeah. So, just get the documents. So I just want, I'm getting into my documents if I can get the slides so that I can just read, even though you may not be seeing me directly. So I'm trying to get into my documents to get to that. So,
Okay, we have your slides ready. We are projecting them. You can proceed.
okay. So anyway, now we are set to go. Are you getting me?
Yes.
Yeah, my subject is about the phenomenology of human subjectivity in the technological rationality. That is actually what I'm presenting to you.
So just to begin, my argument is here that today artificial intelligence and also artificial technologies represent a distinctive mode of rationality and being where machines are in control instead of humans themselves. Humans sometimes find themselves pushed into this reality of machination without their own individual choices at some points, as we shall be seeing later on. It's artificial intelligence, technologies, and other related subsets set up and mediate various aspects of human life while undermining direct human conscious experience. And the paradox in all this is that while artificial intelligence technologies are meant to avert issues regarding humanity, the same technologies are irreversibly reconstituting human life, leading to an ontological shift in the way we regard both human nature and even the technologies themselves. Artificial intelligence technologies are continuously transforming human reality and the way of being to technological being for technology itself, without humans under the erroneous principle of efficient calculative thinking instead of essential thinking. But this leads to an important question, a philosophical question. And the question is, what are the onto-human implications of artificial intelligence with its accompanying rationality? To properly address this question, it's important to explore the concept of human ontology with considerable emphasis on its remarkable aspects that should not be undermined in the embracement of artificial intelligence and its related technology, and also to think about human-technology interface, which, of course, sometimes we tend to go into. Before now I get into my real argument, now the second section of my presentation is, what's the human condition then in the technological rationality? The indubitable fact is that technology is inside us. We cannot deny that fact. It is our world of a lived experience, as somebody, the one presenter was presenting about Merleau-Ponty and Edmund Husserl's philosophy of human experience. We live through it, through technology, and even now we are in it, and has become our internal component for self-meaning and self-presentation. This is a fact that we cannot deny today. This ontological reality of technology and artificial intelligence is affirmed by the Spanish philosopher Ortega y Gasset, who once said that man without technology is not man. So which means there cannot therefore intend to think that we can do without it. While Martin Heidegger once remarked that nowhere does man today no longer encounter himself, and even in his own essence. Are you getting me? Can I continue? Okay. Okay. Technology has come to be an indispensable dimension of human ontology, and it is impossible to think of being human independent of being with technology. There is an irreconcilable human-technology interface that we cannot deny. But then this interface has also other important aspects, of which now I begin asking those aspects. That is now when it comes to human existential structures. What are the structures of human being from existential perspective? And one of them, I looked at the aspect of man, of the world as a horizon for human meaning. How artificial intelligence and also artificial intelligence technologies and the rationality that defines artificial intelligence and its various technologies. The world, of course, is a basis for human meaning as it is composed of a totality of pre-given realities. Once Miguel de Bestigüe, one of the Spanish thinkers, wrote, "We exist only in and through our relation to the world, that we as human beings are nothing independent from, and in addition to our being in the world, Openness to the world is what defines our being, not thought." That's a very indicting statement that is actually said by this guy called Miguel de Bestigüe. But the unfortunate thing is, in the world today, technological rationality manifested through scientific and technological incursions perceives the world in the light of modern machination and exploitation, as a standing in resource waiting for manipulation, thereby making it lose its ontological significance to human beings. Lots of these scientific and technological incursions on the world are done by artificial intelligence technologies, replacing the traditional form of inventions that took into account human efforts to explore the natural world without respecting its natural rhythms. These are very critical issues that artificial intelligence and its related subsets of technologies are actually imposing onto us, which means, therefore, the rationality behind artificial intelligence technologies is formed by the objectifying Cartesian dualistic philosophy that separates direct individual reason from the natural physical world that actually defines his own meaning, creating a world controlled by machines and their defining programs instead of humans in control. In effect, it obliterates human subjective role and experience that is traditionally considered a constitutive element for human realization. It deworlds this technological rationality, deworlds the physical realities, and consequently deworlds human space for self-engagement, making humans obsolete. The world is no longer taken as part of human existential structure that attests to the elements of care and world forming as a central elements of human subjective experience. Of course, this, as I put it, will be seen in the other existential structures of human nature, the one that I'm just going into right now. Human autonomy, that's the most important dimension of what I'm presenting. Human autonomy is an important human structure for a meaningful existence where humans are in control. It is defined by humans' ability to chant their own destiny without alienating interferences. This is realized through being in or inness, which is primarily a matter of a positive human engagement or involvement with his own existence. A kind of a conscious active residing or dwelling, such that existence, human existence itself becomes a human responsibility that entails specific tasks. The basis of being in or beingness is humans being open to reality, directing it and disclosing it, without consigning their subjective responsibility to technological disclosure. For instance, we find with artificial entities like robots, we see them. Despite having human features that take up human subjective responsibilities, should also be seen and understood in terms of developing humans and not vice versa. But now what we see is like technology robots are taking up human space instead of actually their own space. As human subjects, therefore, we are in the world fundamentally with a distinctive mode of existence than the way the robots or any other artificial intelligent technology could be in the world. Why? Because we as humans, with our sensational body, consciously experience and relate with the world. Robots do not experience anything, or any other intelligence, artificial intelligence, do not experience anything, and they do not ask fundamental questions about their mode of being in the world. It's only us humans who are able to do so. The vast majority of research in engineering, for instance, focuses on the design of autonomous systems that substitute human autonomy. These inexorable advances mean that over time, human subjective factors for autonomy will be automated. Factors like perceptions, actions, experience, and the entire human reality and existence will all therefore be automated. But when human consciousness and reality, including bodily conscious experiences, are entirely removed from the background and replaced by intelligent machines or any technology that may mediate it, then human autonomy for self-determination and development is adversely infringed and swept away, which of course is a question of our own philosophical concern today. The infringement of human autonomy expressed through artificial intelligence technologies subset and other subsets of technologies like transhuman technologies reduces humans to a set of informational patterns that can be stored, manipulated, and transformed for possible limitless post-human prosthetic autonomy with prosthetic bodies that live virtually as avatars in cyberspace without experiencing physical reality in the corporeal coordinates of human existence. I think this is a very critical aspect that we see in artificial intelligence that we may be far off seeing and probably is not yet realized, but it is actually on our face as we talk. But with the prosthetic bodies, if I want to move my limbs, for instance, and experience myself as a unity, through technology, I will live to do it. I have to do it with just a press of a button. But you see, that transforms the whole essence of human subjectivity. On this and use of other subsets of artificial intelligence technologies, one of the philosopher thinkers that I have come across once said, "Suddenly I don't have a body anymore. I have been reduced to a point of view where human autonomy is obliterated." And this is something that as philosophers we need to think about whenever even we recognize the place of technology in our own human existence today. A decorporalized subjectivity lacks direct individual engagement with the reality of its being for self-realization and development. It's a denial of the body as a source of sensory perception and feedback and other aspects. Humans lose their autonomy for self-determination to the height that their nature is conceived as alienated beneficiaries of technological development itself. Artificial intelligence propagates a situation of control of humans by machines instead of humans in control of machines that are meant for their own meaningful life. Another aspect I want to present in my presentation about artificial intelligence technologies is the aspect and human autonomy, the aspect of revealing or concealment. Revealing or concealment from the Heideggerian, that's Heideggerian perspective from Martin Heidegger, of the ontological significance of entities within the ontic world for a meaningful existence is something that defines our own very nature or our own existential structure as humans. Nothing else in the world, not even artificial intelligence technologies themselves, have the ability to disclose entities or reality in terms of their significance except we humans. Humans are like clearing in the woods. That's what Martin Heidegger once said. They are disclosedness, endowed with the capacity to make entities known, even technology itself, to realize their own ontological relevance and role. They reveal or force humans or show things as mattering, attractive, useful, sometimes as threatening, which is equally important in our endeavor to learn and know reality. For instance, when I enter a room or any environment, I bring with me as a person the capacity to experience through my body all that is around me. And things get revealed to me in their essence and purposes. I disclose them in their own ontological significance. This is something that artificial intelligence technologies and even artificial intelligence itself cannot do. Artificial intelligence and their informing technological rationality do not reveal humans as subjects, but as shapeless bodies that should be perfected or that should not even exist. This defeats the logic of technology, which is to serve human purposes and not to face them out. Another aspect that I'm looking at, which in my presentation, the aspect of knowledge when it comes to human subjectivity and technological rationality. As an existential structure, understanding or knowledge is always oriented towards the context of future possibilities, pointing towards possible actions and possible experiences that can be had with an object in the future. It is knowing things not in the abstract conceptual manner, rather in the concrete meaning in human engagement with them. A manner of constantly projecting context of possibilities in which the same objects of experience are revealed in their ontological significance in the future. In the context of use, therefore, artificial intelligence technologies are supposed to be instruments used to serve humans and not to replace them. They are tools humans use to engage themselves with the world and also with themselves for a meaningful existence. But humans embrace various aspects of artificial intelligence technologies to carry out activities that they themselves can do. They outsource their potential for individual subjective development to various technologies with little understanding of their effects in themselves. In embracing artificial intelligence technologies, at work are electronic magnetic forces and processes that humans do not even know at some point. These magnetic processes transform or mechanize human knowledge for an authentic subjective way of life that actually affects the very nature of what it means to be human. Artificial intelligence technologies meant to be tools are given autonomous powers to replace human subjective forms of understanding or forms of knowledge and engagement with themselves and with the world of their experience. I give example here of a global positioning system, phones and other subsets of artificial intelligence technology devices. Humans do not have to cling to their specific facts and figures like their ancestors did in oral cultures. They no longer need to have a memory for they have Google, Yahoo, Wikipedia, and the rest as their efficient and fortified external memory. But then, what happens when all that fails? That's the most philosophical, substantive question that probably we are all led to think about. However, this entire exercise conceals fundamental and critical questions about human subjectivity. Are the users not erasing memory as the basic human faculty at the expense of embracing artificial intelligence as their claimed second self? There's somebody called Sherry once who wrote about the second self, wrote a very nice book about the second self. It's probably something that we need to think in our technological society. When the employed artificial intelligence technologies fail, can they still rely, we humans, can we still rely on their already lost and non-existing natural capacities for knowledge? Sometimes you assume that at some point these things don't fail. Imagine it fails. Do we need to rely on it anymore? Maybe this is some subjective question. Emil Carr once argued, technological rationality in its negative form is a reversal of the early trajectory of civilization, where humans are expected to be cultivators of knowledge, but today we have turned to be hunters and gatherers of knowledge in electronic data jungle, which is very critical, of course, because who puts this knowledge into that electronic data? That is something, because relying so much on other people's thoughts, probably at some point we may find ourselves being subjected under one rationality without our own independent thinking at the expense of developing ourselves. While Joseph Weisbaum once argues, the machines of man have strongly determined his very understanding of his world and hence of himself. So you can imagine when something else determines the way we understand ourselves, do we really say we are who we are? Probably that's a question I leave to you. Because for the question of time, I will leave my seventh point, which is language and human life. That one you'll read in my paper. But I just want now to go and finish up something that I think, what should we do then? What is the philosophical response to artificial intelligence and its rationality? For me, the fundamental question is, how can the paradox of artificial intelligence be resolved? How do we resolve this? Or we just embrace technology because it is technology? But I think that it is something beyond that. One of the things, the philosophical proposal I give as probably a philosophical response to this situation is resoluteness and technological consciousness. Resoluteness is a conscious awareness of the enframing nature of artificial intelligence technologies and its rationality, with the ardent desire to grow out of it. We must actually be conscious, aware of its enframing nature. Resoluteness takes into account the importance and recovery of human subjective abilities that play a central role in determining authentic human life. We cannot just let it that way. It is not to escape, of course, from the potential risks of specific artificial intelligence technologies for fear of their negative impacts, no, and condemning them outrightly, not at all, but to acknowledge their embedded undermining features and to transform them into an empowering force of consciousness that motivate a deep reflection on the condition of human subjectivity in the technological rationality. I think this, for me, could be one of the most important aspects, to relocate artificial intelligence to their proper choices, places of serving the ends of humans, and have openness, the disclosure of human subjective aptitudes for direct involvement in their own existence. To listen to the unsettling nature of the employed artificial intelligence and, of course, their own technologies. The next proposal I give as a question, as a response to what we have been discussing since morning, as I had quite very illuminating speeches and papers being presented, is that of questioning human attitudes to technology. I don't know how many of us question it. Sometimes we say it's good. We tend to be more having an instrumental approach to technology instead of looking at the aspect of questioning its nature. The objective of questioning human attitudes to technology is not to remain fixed only on the instrumental and technological nature of artificial intelligence technologies and their benefits, but to keep watch of their ontological reconstituting power and outcomes, that we have to keep watch to this. Albert Einstein once said, the important thing is never to stop questioning. We have to continue questioning. And I do think our symposium is all based on questioning. Where are we with artificial intelligence? Which is, of course, a good thing. While Jacques Ellul remarked that man must be capable of questioning at every step his use of his technological goods, able to refuse them and to force them to submit to determining factors. This is what I felt that today we should be continuing by questioning humans assess the potential benefits and risks associated with adopting artificial intelligence technologies. The more humans critically question and engage themselves to think upon the multifaceted essence of the various subsets of artificial intelligence technologies, the more they come up with viable ways of relating with them, ways that empower their subjective factors over technological facts. Questioning, therefore, leads to the treatment of artificial intelligence as more than just an issue of technological considerations, to the piety of thought that opens up the mind to understand the complex structural operations and implications of artificial intelligence. Questioning human attitudes to technology is a leading factor that supports the understanding of the mysterious operations and perils embedded in the various subsets of artificial intelligence technologies that undermine human subjective factors for self-development. Thank you so much for listening to me. That's the end of my presentation. God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ichuloi, for your presentation. We had another presenter just ahead of you, that is Dr. Shang. So we want to take a couple of minutes to allow the floor to interact with you and to ask you questions. Dr. Shang, from wherever you are, can you hear me? Dr. Shang, can you unmute?
Yes, I can get you.
Are you hearing me better now? Are you hearing me clearer than before?
Yes, clearer than before, thank you.
Okay, I guess I know what's the problem. So, so now we allow the floor to get some questions for you too. So for those who would like to ask a question, I would like to come and ask from here because of the microphone issue. They couldn't hear, like when we speak from far, because it's a microphone of computer. So where are the people collecting questions? Please come forward. So at least 2 questions for each of them. Come forward here. Anyone with question, please come forward just here.
Professor Nelson. Yes, Professor Nelson. I have 2 questions for you, but in a connection. One, because of the poverty of the language, I would wish to use the simple language. On the nature of the AI, you've provided us with, I will call it a graph arrow. And you're claiming that at this very moment, the AI rationality is less than the human intelligence. Yet from the previous presenters, one claimed that the human rationality is equal to the AI rationality, because the AI rationality is stimulated from the human rationality. So which standpoint do you take? Then in connection with that, in your introduction, you spoke about the AI contribution in education. And yet previously, one of the presenters, I will say to a raw extent, credited AI in education system, especially teaching, that it does not meet the day-to-day world problems. Now, do you think, is that the solution for us not to have AI in education system? Thank you.
The next question, please.
Thank you, Father Dominic, the Director of Ceremonies. I have a brief question to Dr. Sean, who has just spoken. Hello, Doctor. Yeah.
Hi, I can get you.
Thank you. You're very sure that AI is just created to serve human needs and that it can never be smarter. I am of the contrary opinion that human beings really needs to style up, because the AI, even though it is their creation, is actually overpassing them. And these days they are actually subject to it, in that if you ask someone to give you their original opinion, they will tend to Google. They first of all Google and then give it to you. And now we're living with a generation that has been born in the environment of AI, and this generation is relying on this, and these are the future of tomorrow. How sure are we that our own creation is not smartening up better than us? What can be done in such a way that we could try to chase it, and we could try to actually grow up to resemble it? Yeah, thank you.
Wow. The last question, so that you can respond.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Nelson.
Good evening.
Yeah, you getting me? Yeah, so...
yes, I am.
My question is very simple. It's a Pan-African. You were asked a question to talk about the issue of AI in Africa, and you did recognize that AI is actually among us, and actually we live with it. It's actually something that we can't separate ourselves from AI, right? So from my perception, from the way I see things in an African setup, you see that majority of us as Africans actually, we're actually consumers. Actually, the AIs are never created in Africa. Like, what is your point of view? How can you advise an African child? Because actually we are not creative. We're just consumers in this field of AI. Then my second question is not only directed to you, it's directed to all philosophers in our midst. There's this thing actually, I think about it every now and then, because actually it is reduced to be an African thing, right? Let me talk about it. I'm not a witchcraft, but let me talk about witchcraft. Yeah, I tend to think about witchcraft every now and then, because actually it has been reduced to be an African thing. They call it black magic, right? So my question is, as philosophers, do you think witchcraft is technology? And do you think we can do something about witchcraft so that we can produce kind of good things for humanity? Okay, thank you.
I said the last question, but let's just allow just the last one, brief one.
To Dr. Nelson, you talked about two levels of consciousness, that is immediate consciousness and reflective consciousness. Now, a computer is able to detect that there is a virus in its system. Don't you think that that is immediate consciousness, because it can detect that one without thinking, and it can run a program to do away with that virus? Then, to the second doctor, Ichuloi, you also said that, one of the pillars of philosophy is that knowledge is built upon existing or pre-existing knowledge. Now, our early people in the caves used to draw some diagrams to show dangerous animals and other things which other generations used to understand how to deal with such animals or events. Now, don't you think that AI is also a way in which we are mapping out our intelligence to the future generation, where they can build their knowledge from, such that we are just transferring and storing our intelligence right now for the future generation to also develop other forms of knowledge from there? Thank you.
Those are the questions we have right now. We can just, I think they apply to both of you, Dr. Nelson and Dr. Anthony. So you can just respond to any of them. We can begin with Nelson, and then we'll hear from Anthony.
Okay, thank you so much. The very first question, the questions are really interesting, very interesting questions, and thank you for that. The first question tackles the problem of, let's put it, I simply, as the presenter was asking, I put it from the perspective of strong AI. Within the dimension of AI, we have artificial general intelligence, which says that this form of that it is possible to create computers. It's possible to create computers or artificial intelligence systems that have the same level of intelligence with human beings. Then there is now artificial superintelligence that indicates that it is possible to create computers or artificial intelligence systems that are superior to human intelligence. So the presenter who said that the computer or the artificial intelligence has the same level of intelligence as humans because it's produced by humans, yes, he is talking from within the perspective of artificial general intelligence. And of course, there is another theory which says that artificial intelligence is far more superior to human intelligence, which is the same question, the second question on whether AI is not smarter than us. Now, at that level, the very first thing is, what is intelligence? And what are the various forms of intelligence? Because of capital importance that we keep that in mind. When we talk about intelligence, we are talking about the capacity to learn, the capacity to adapt. Of course, these ones, the computer is capable of doing that at the level of, from the perspective of artificial intelligence is capable of doing that. But intelligence has other capacities. Intelligence has other issues because there's a notion of logical reasoning, there's a notion of problem solving, the notion of creativity, and very importantly, emotional and social intelligence. From this perspective, it is not possible for AI to be smarter than us because, again, at the level of definition, artificial intelligence is by definition artificial. There is a dimension of evolution, the evolutionary part of it. Again, all of these are in the paper. The evolutionary aspect of AI seeks to again simulate or imitate evolution from the perspective of biological life, but by virtue of being artificial, we cannot. I do not personally argue that artificial intelligence is smarter than human intelligence because it is programmed. Machines are programmed by human beings. Do they have the capacity for multitasking? Can they carry out multitasking to the level that is faster than that of human beings? Of course, even the basic calculator, 100 times 5,000 divided by 10,000, I don't know what, all these figures, it will do it faster from the perspective of multitasking. But does that make it more intelligent than human beings? No, because intelligence is not just the capacity to coordinate algorithms and bring out desired results based on the data inputted. Because we must remember that whatever data the AI is dealing with, it was what has been inputted by the human mind. But again, anyway, from the perspective of the two questions, my answer still remains, which is that by virtue of being created by the human being and by virtue of dealing with the data that is supplied by the human being, AI cannot be more intelligent than the human being. But from the perspective of task performance, from the perspective of performing tasks and carrying out, of course, carrying out various tasks within the society, even from within the educational dimension, I think there was a question of that. Yes, AI does multitasking faster than the human being. But does that mean that AI is more intelligent than the human being? No, I am at pains at that level. Anyway, this AI is still a new area, and we are all involved in the research. what makes our symposium today very much relevant is that we are fighting against technophobia. I think the presenter after me did a great job in that direction, because we cannot live within the era of the fear of the use of technology. We must make use of technological advancements. We must make use of AI. I've done a paper on a critique of technophobia in an age of the digitization and the digitalization of knowledge to tackle this same problem. Now, in relation to the question on AI in Africa, where we are consumers, the unfortunate situation for us is that we are consumers on a lot of angles. Last year, the conference still in Tangaza on in honor of Professor Kwasi Wiredu, I did a presentation on 4 mentalities that Africans need to eliminate if we are to develop, because again, I still believe that these mentalities are leaving us to keeping us at the point of simply being consumers. All right, and your question, the second part of your question, which has to do with witchcraft, that second part of the question still dealt with one of the mentalities I indicated in the paper that we needed to eliminate. The very first mentality is the colonial mentality, the total dependence on the colonial master for our clothing, for our computers, for every. In fact, in my country, some years back, our head of state announced that he was going to distribute laptops to students, 5,000 laptops. Now, the money was borrowed from China, and a company in China was asked to produce, was paid, that same money that was borrowed from China was, the company was paid in China to produce the laptops, and then they were brought here. And we're asking ourselves, well, why not, if the money is already borrowed, why not just set up the plant here in the country where we could actually engage in the production, not just of the 5,000 laptops, but of many more laptops to come. So it's a fundamental problem, the total dependence on the outside for our resources, whereas we have all the natural and human resources that should enable us to be producers. But there is a set of mentality, excuse me, the set of mentality that has left us to the point where we are only good at producing raw material without the capacity to transform the raw material. So I think there is a possibility where we need to be able to appropriate, and I think I'm talking about AI perspectives of AI in Africa. I made mention of the notion of appropriating, making it ours, making AI developments and AI technological developments as. But the first mentality is that of the colonial mentality. The second mentality is that of laziness. We must admit the fact that AI too, from the perspective of the social media, the TikTok, making all of these available, they have made our youth to become more lazy. From the educational perspective, students using ChatGPT to do assignments, to summarize books, and all the other facets, it makes reading, the culture of reading is gradually dying, and as such it is a form of laziness, and tomorrow we are going to have issues to face. Now, there are advantages to it. You can easily, using the ChatGPT, have a summary of 10 books at a go, but again, what about the direct use of physical books? We are at a point whereby we give assignments to students, and tomorrow they produce them AI directly from artificial intelligence. Automatically, there is some form of laziness. Now, I don't know about the situation in Kenya, but in my country again, and I would use that as an example, which there's no one coming back to work. So how do we arrive at a point where, or within the confines of the classroom, students only go in for what? Average. They just want to validate the courses. How will you compete in the international market with those who are working for excellence? So somewhere along the line, it is important to realize that there is a need to eliminate the mentality of laziness. The next mentality that we need to eliminate, if we are to free ourselves from being consumers to being producers ourselves, is the mentality of tribalism. I'm not saying it is wrong to get people from your tribe within the work system within certain positions. It should be based on qualification. It should not be based on the perspective of this is my tribesman, or this is my brother, this is my sister, and so on and so forth. It's a lot where the colonial experience has left us with false national consciousnesses, such that we are very much conscious of our countries, our tribes, etc., and these are leading to a problem. So, yes, we are consumers, but I believe that if we eliminate these mentalities, and the last mentality is what you presented in your talk, which is a question of witchcraft. We need to be able to eliminate the mentality of magic or witchcraft. That has never developed any country. If magic or witchcraft could develop a country, Benin would be the most developed country in Africa. India will be the most developed country in the world. There are examples abound where the use of magic is rampant, but development does not come. So it is important we eliminate these four mentalities and seek knowledge that is scientific. But we need to appropriate the knowledge. I have issues with us borrowing from out without taking into consideration our own cultural setup, our own geographical setup, our own climatic setup, and we simply borrow from there and think we can apply here. It wouldn't work. Reason for which we have the number of failed states we have. Hello, from a democratic perspective, and Dr. so on. Now, the last question has to do with yes.
Can you just?
I'm sorry, my responses are getting too long, but let me just summarize the one on. The immediate or reflexive consciousness. When a computer detects viruses, the question seeks to ask whether that is not a form of reflexive consciousness. Now, the very first thing is the computer is programmed to detect that which is not, and we must remember that while the viruses themselves are created, and the antivirus is created, and so the computer is programmed to detect that which is not in alignment with its functioning. And so I wouldn't consider it a form of of internal consciousness, because thinking within internal consciousness, a reflection on our thoughts, on our sensations, on our emotions and perceptions of reality go far beyond just detecting the fact that I have a headache at this moment and this particular from the perspective of the computer, I wouldn't hold it as a form of internal reflexive consciousness. Again, as I indicated earlier, this is a new field and we are all involved in the research together. As time goes on, some of my views may change as my research proceeds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Shang, for your responses. Dr. Anthony, can we hear from you? I think there was a question from you. We will appreciate if you can just be brief in the answer.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for that question, and many other questions have been asked. There's this question which was asked about our own, that knowledge is built upon other existing systems, which is true, and I agree with it. But that again pins us down to what kind of knowledge is that built in other people's or other already existing systems. I think it's also a question of going to check the kinds of knowledge, the types of knowledge, and also as we look at the sources of knowledge that we are talking about, the African way of life and so forth. But what I'm actually presenting and I've presented here is about the aspect of the human in the contribution of knowledge, not knowledge that you acquire from others, things outside the self. So the problem here is about mechanization. What artificial intelligence does to us is all about mechanization of human nature and human meaning. Because when you look deep down into what we have been discussing here, it is not about whether we use technology or we don't use technology. It's the proper use of technology with special reference to humans, because as the first, I remember the keynote speaker said that artificial intelligence is the product of human intelligence. Now the problem becomes is when the product overrules the originator of the product. Of course, as we have just seen about technology, and somebody was saying about we are consumers, and it's true, we are consumers of technology that's produced from outside. And that one you find even clearly expressed by somebody called Andrew Feedback with this book written about the question concerning technology, when he actually says that these technologies are being produced in another context and transferred, exported to other contexts, meaning that already we have not grown up within the culture of the productive systems of technologies and so forth. So that's why we have turned ourselves into consumers instead of the producers. Even from the Latin word techne, which simply means production for human meaning, for human use. The problem now is actually artificial intelligence for human use or for human purposes, or it is standing up, taking the place of humans for its own purposes? That's the question that probably I will pose to each one of us as we continue with our discussions. Another issue I would like to say, just get another point here. I see the problem again here is the removal of whatever appertains to human from human consciousness and human endeavor, and then transfer it to technological consciousness and technological endeavor. Then if we do so, that now we become we service our own technologies, our own mind, instead of servicing ourselves. Then probably now we are alienating our own human consciousness and replacing it inappropriately with other technological consciousness that we are not even aware, we don't know about them. Why? Because you have imported them. And the rationality behind what you have imported, not all of us know. I remember Dr. Owino, the second presenter, keynote speaker, was saying about we cannot know and we cannot claim in whichever way to know every aspect of technology or every aspect of artificial intelligence. So therefore, as we have turned ourselves to consumers of these products, then we are finding ourselves not actually taking control of them. And that's where the problem comes. So it's up to us, as I was saying, the basics of questioning technology and constantly doing it as a very important aspect to have a proper informed human technology interface that probably will bring technology into its proper function or proper role, which is to serve humans, but not humans to serve technology. I think there are many other things that have been said about black magic and so forth, and all this kind of time. I think black magic in itself, I may not rubbish it completely, because black magic, this is actually how humans, we in our African context, and there's a lot of metaphysics within black magic that probably we need to study and not rubbish it out. Because in human life, even in technology, we may want to uphold it, but there's a lot that we don't know about it. So probably one inducting aspect that I will use to approach black magic in Africa is, what is it actually? Let us try to study its nature. Because I don't think that everything about black magic would actually be rubbished off. But rather there could be certain aspects when it comes to spiritual human meaning that we cannot be able to do away completely. You know, the aspect of metaphysics is a very deep discipline, to the point that we are actually getting into even those realities that are not physically existing, but determine the essence and purpose of human nature. So therefore, it's up to us as thinkers, probably in the 21st century, to ask ourselves basic questions. What is it that we are actually struggling with, and what are we answering? There could be some important aspects within the African context and human existence of the African man or woman that probably we need to get back and study for our own autonomous African people to be able to articulate our position in the universal world today, instead of us serving systems that at sometimes we do not know even how they developed and where they go and where they want to take us. And that's my take to those questions that have been asked to me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anthony, for your response. And from the floor, please let us appreciate these two presenters of ours, Nelson and Anthony. So as we have done before, will you lift up your hand? Let's drop the first one for Shang. Let's go one. We have another clap for Anthony. Let's go one. Thank you very much, Nelson. Thank you very much, Anthony. I'm sure we are going to read more when you send your full articles for publication. Before I get off this place, I want to recognize the presence of Godfrey Mwenda. I can see you are here with us. We recognized other professors before. Thank you for joining us from that far. I think you're in sitting wherever. So, yeah. Windhoek, and I'm told you're in Windhoek, so thank you for being here. So, having done that, please let me just request from wherever you are, just stand up. I know you have sat for a while, just stand up, stretch in your own version. Whatever version you like to stretch, kindly, just stretch. You want to go around like this, please do. You want to go the other way around, please do. You want to raise your hands up,
Please do. You want to breathe in and out? Please do. So we are doing well. Actually, we are really coming to, we can take our seats. We will not take a break really, because once we take a break, coming back is another problem, but we are really moving toward the end. But remember, you can always take a toilet break, a bathroom break. Just if you want to use the bathroom, just walk silently, come back in. At this point, we have done very well so far. In such a way now we have started importing presenters from the other side. And we have Dr. Ocheng here with us, who thinks that the giants are here and he wants to fight with the giants who are here. Dr. Ocheng, he is one of us, we know him very well, full-timer from Kisii University. He has been with us here in Tangaza, in Apostles of Jesus, and all these other places. And he's here ready to present to us about artificial intelligence and ethical interrogation. You are most welcome, Dr. Ocheng. Let me fix this one for you. Okay.
Good. I know you're now tired and you have listened to the gurus, but still we have to continue interrogating artificial intelligence. And therefore, my presentation is going to be, I'm going to give brief background of artificial intelligence. Then we talk about liability, accountability. And that's going to take us to a bit of the tort law. Then again, the ethical challenges which you are facing and how we can handle artificial intelligence, because it is here with us and it's part and parcel of the society today. You have to realize that artificial intelligence actually was coined in that month workshop organized by the mathematician John McCarthy, that is in 1956. And you have to realize that there are so many people who are saying that, no, this definition is not okay, and so there were theoretical foundations which are to be laid down. However, the limited usefulness of the unified definition of artificial intelligence stands from the field of rooted in the reason of intelligence. That human person actually can create robots, can actually come with algorithms and put them in a robot or a machine so that they can think as human beings. And therefore, human intelligence is the reference of the definition of artificial intelligence. We realize that while human beings provides useful standard of comparison to the artificial intelligence, we must also, however, realize that the categories which are put in the artificial intelligence are purely human. And for any given environment, artificial intelligence can perform well, dealing with some tasks which can be done by human beings, even can be super intelligence. Mathematics which can be done for 2 hours by an individual, then artificial intelligence can do it within few seconds. And therefore, when we talk about artificial intelligence, we are saying that we are talking about the performing function. And in performing function of artificial intelligence, we cannot compare it with the human function. Because human function, there is judgment, there is also understanding of the individual, the empathy. But AI is a device. How can it understand fairness? Remember, AI is an envelope in an environment where it has to make judgment, make calculation in that envelope. When you change the environment of the envelope, you realize that artificial intelligence is not going to give you the correct answers. And that brings us the question of liability and accountability. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to realize that machine learning works very well when the data is correct. And therefore, a biased data can cause an AI program to make wrong conclusion. And therefore, the problems may occur. For instance, when artificial intelligence is fed by the word alcohol abuse, generally, the summary of the treatment will be alcohol dependence. You can realize that there is a data which has been given, and the interpretation of this can actually lead to the decision which is wrong. And that's why doctors and even some patients do not trust artificial intelligence. In fact, in 2018, a survey was done, and 20% of respondents say that they will not use AI in health services, because AI will definitely give a result of what is given to it. And that's why some doctors up to date do not actually trust the AI. The predictability of AI also raises some problems. This is most on the tort law, because the designing technologies are unpredictable due to mistakes or error. And the question is, who is liable? If at all, the answer is misleading. Who's liable? And many commentators and legal professionals will tell you that artificial intelligence cannot be liable for the mistakes. And the question which also we are trying to ask ourselves, the liability issues. Do we actually challenge the manufacturers, or we challenge the hospital who bought the machine? And that's where the question of liability comes in. Because human beings are liable for the mistake they have done. A machine will not. The fact that AI can learn to imitate, AI cannot be a human being who can think of the environment when the envelope has changed. But the human person will realize that things have changed, and so I need to act quickly. And therefore, cases of harm attributed to AI-based technology, where do we take them? The injured person, initial response will most likely to be turned against the person who is using the AI. And therefore, we realize that these devices are there used in banking, in robotic industry, and even in hospital. There can be some percentage of error. What will the claimant do when he goes to the law? Especially when you talk about the AI in private leisure, in everyday leisure, personal travel, domestic use, even in the homes. So you realize that there are a lot of questions which are raised by AI use. So argument which we have is that certain technologies should be immunized from the tort law. But when you immunize them from the tort law, where do we take the liability? That's why Ryan Carlo, one of the first scholars to weigh in the issue raised by the AI robots, argued to the Congress that we should usually have immunity for the robots, but take the responsibility to the manufacturers. The manufacturers will also tell you that I made the AI in an envelope, you bought it, maybe you didn't give it a condition which can suit you. And these are the questions which we find ourselves dealing with in the age of technology. Because AI may be held within a black box. The black box has all the information of the aeroplane. In fact, when there is an accident, the only thing which people go for is the black box. You want to know what happened at or before the accident, so that the challenges which was encountered by the aeroplane, was it for the pilot, the mistake was for the pilot, or the mistake was for the mechanical breakdown of the aeroplane. And that's why we have a lot of ethical challenges being brought by the use of AI. And the challenges which we are facing today is that we are trying to reduce an AI to the science of nature. AI cannot be reduced to a science of nature or a science of culture. Human beings have been created in such a way that they are naturally brought up, they are given cultural orientation, they are given ethical theories to follow, and therefore they know very well that if I go against this rule, then the responsibility is here. But here, we are saying that we are creating a robotic world, a machine, which we are saying that is going to do what? To replace the human being in the efficacy. In ethics, we have responsibility of my action. If I go against the rules, then generally I am liable. I have the responsibility to say that, yes, I was supposed to act this way, but I act contrary. It's a machine which was misfed by wrong data and gave a wrong conclusion on the medicine and taken by a patient who later on died. Who is going to be responsible? So we talk about the idea of responsibility here. So we cannot say that if the AI is here with us, we as human beings run away from our responsibilities. And therefore, instead of enveloping the environment well for the robots to work well, we find that AI becomes unfriendly to the human person. And therefore, we must realize that in the life experiences, AI is still important, but we ask ourselves, can the artificial intelligence replace the responsibility of the person? And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, when you talk about AI in the world today, we don't have semantically proficient and intelligent machine that can understand things, worry about things, worry about other men, and make judgment, empathize with them, because human person is passionate about everything which is surrounding him or surrounding her. And therefore, when you talk about an AI to replacing human being, what are you talking about? We have such good tools, statistical tools, which actually can make purely mathematical calculation and everything, and at the end of the day, we can deliver the needed results at a particular time. But they cannot actually replace the human thinking of enjoying the pleasure, deciding on the cheaper product to buy, the strategy to use, because then AI has been tailor-made and enveloped to act in a particular way. And so we have to realize that as human beings, we are just simply trying to say that AI is our project. But we need to have theories put in place, whether in tort law, whether in ethics or philosophy, that can help us to understand that for the smoother running and the frictionless of the relationship between human beings and the machines, there must be a total awareness that these machines, they are free. They can also be serviced. In fact, Dr. Shang was asked a question that a computer virus can detect. A computer can detect a virus, clean it itself. That is how the computer has been tailor-made. That in such a way that if you remove the program, it will not detect that there's a virus. If you format the same computer and you put a virus, you realize that it will absorb the virus. Because a human person is actually created to understand its environment, to understand the surrounding, to understand that things are changing. The theory of values. Can AI have a theory of value? No. And therefore, we have so many consequences of enveloping the world into the place of AI. And one of the ethical response we can give to this, and this was alluded before, the Kantian maxim of using human beings as means to an end. Thus given, AI is the stupid but laborious spouse of humanity, in the intelligent but a lazy one who will adapt anything. And therefore, we turn AI to be the end of human intelligence. We should not take AI as an end in itself, but maybe it's a means which can make our life to be better. Again, the ethical challenge and ethical response we can give to the idea of AI is the principle of beneficence. When you look at the principle of beneficence, we ask ourselves, AI should provide benefit to people and the natural world which we live in. But the project, if you look at clearly, there is no benefit which actually outweighs the benefit of the human being in interaction. Yes, it can offset bills because you don't have to employ many people in the restaurant to be moving around with the crates. We have one robot, and we communicate that desk, they need 4 bottles, and it's go. But when you apply it into the real life, that robot cannot replace the human person who can ask the customer, how are you? Are you okay? Are you contented with our service? That's the human interaction. So we're trying to use an AI as a means to an end. We want to get more profit than to have interaction of the human beings. Then from an individualistic and utilitarian perspective, we cannot substitute automation of machine to replace humans in many fields. Just like Dr. Owino in the morning talked about the revolution. This is another revolution, this is another colonialism, which is actually taking us to the idea of laziness. Always, I give exams, and you find that in a class of 200 students, 5 of them will be using the machine, and it will give the correct answer. You tell them, please switch off your phones, put them under the chair, but at least 5 in 200, they have the audacity to continue using AI to answer the questions. And they think we are very stupid that when I'll be marking the paper, I don't know that this English is not for this fool. Eh? Huh? I know very well, this is not his English. Huh? There's something wrong somewhere. Because he writes more fluent English more than me who taught him. Huh? So we are trying to create human beings who are now like robots, who cannot think. What's the future of humanity? We are not saying that at this age we have to do away with AI, but we must use it for the betterment of human being. Even in the profession of medicine, I've talked about it, banking and knowledge skills. You find that a human person is created to gain more knowledge, to understand his environment, to interact with people, and more so to build on the information he has, the knowledge he has for his betterment and the betterment of the society. What kind of creatures are we going to leave this world when we are saying that machines should now solve our problems? Critical technology, critical thinking, creativity, understanding. This demands that human person, the rational individual, the ethical being, must actually be given that environment where it can develop. We bring up our children,
We introduce them to playgroup, to primary 1, to 6, junior secondary. Why all this if we can have AI to solve their problems? Am I going to introduce my boy to an AI in grade 1? No. I want this boy to think as a human being, to be given responsibility, and to learn as a human person who can think that if I've eaten, then this, what I've used, the cup, the plates, they should be taken to the kitchen. Because that's how we build rationality. That's how we build actually ethical responsibility. AI is with us, and actually the COVID-19 revolutionized the use of AI. And more so when we had a period we are locked down that there is no contact between us as individuals. We had telemedicine. And so we cannot do away with it. But as ethical beings, we have to realize that such tools like chatbots will have the solutions for our needs, but still we are human beings who actually create our future. No wonder we are saying that we were given existence. We have to create our essence. How do we create our essence? When we are using tools which can actually make us to think very fast, we pretend to think very fast while we are not. And during COVID-19, we realized that there was also some misinformation which were brought by the Zoom fatigue. Everybody was online. So sometimes there's Zoom fatigue, just like the human beings can be. And when you look around the surveillance of the Zoom fatigue, which were being brought, we realize that privacy of the humankind was actually lost. And those who are locked down during COVID, there are so many nonsense which are being put online. Some are even people enjoying themselves in their private places, and they've just been posted because people are lazy. This was a result of Zoom fatigue, and those privacies were lost. As an individual, we must realize that we must have a balance between technology and humanity. There must be that balance. That we must have a balance between technology and humanity. Technology is to make our life better as human beings, but it cannot be used as a means to an end. And therefore, AI cannot fully replace medical personnel, restaurant attendants, and even teachers, because they lack skills like empathy, I'll say that, consideration of the need to act very fast, and also of the need to change mind. Therefore, in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, we have to accept that we are in a turning point in the human history. We're in the period of existential threat, where superintelligence are being taken to be intelligent. AI technologies cannot be done away with, but the disruption which is given by AI must also be checked. Therefore, the main goal should be to lessen the negative impacts and destruction which is being brought by the use of clever design, or the clever machine, as we call them in quotes, because there is a lot of ethical implication which actually give us a great threat on the existential understanding of a human being. So whether ethics or law, we must do cost-benefit analysis of the AI in the society, and we look at the risks which is being posed by AI, that is in hospital, schools, in academia, and even banking, and more so in upbringing of epistemic human beings. Because in all cultures, whether Africans and even the Europeans, human beings are created to be people who can inquire. They become knowledgeable. And therefore, when you replace epistemology or the ability to inquire by our young people, we are going to have robots. And I usually tell the students, it's okay, use your phone, but in life there is no shortcut. There's no more Kenya in the world outside here. And that's why if you look at some banks, they specifically don't employ some bankers from a particular university. There's a time also, I don't want to mention any university because I'll be maligning them, that the teachers, head teachers, could not accept the student from that particular university to go for TP. Why? Because they know the background, they cannot perform. But these people are having A's. So we are in the verge of existential anguish, and therefore we must have and draw a balance between humanity and technology. Thank you. Okay. Done? Good, good.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ochieng, for that great reminder that technology or artificial intelligence is meant to make our lives better, but not to replace us. May use Christian language. Sabbath was meant for man, but not man for the Sabbath. So he has reminded us this is especially because machines can never be responsible. AI cannot be taken to have responsibility, which reminds me of Dr. Namuga in the morning say that if you're in your right mind, you cannot take a computer to the court for having committed a mistake or something like that. So thank you very much. And as usual, would interrogate with Dr. Ochieng. So Dr. Ochieng will have a few questions for you. Kindly, let's get one or two questions for Dr. Ochieng. And Professor is ready here for you. Dr. Ochieng is the last one, so we can give him 3 questions. So we don't have another presenter after this. So.
Thank you so much, Ochieng. Paper was quite interesting, very interesting, and it reminded me of so many things, which I'll share with you in a few minutes. But before I move there first, let me first make an attempt, I don't know whether I'll be successful, to suggest that AI is just an attempt by some humans. And when I say some humans, I'm referring to non-Africans, to archive some cumulative human knowledge in a machine. And then you prod that machine to intelligently process the same information that you have keyed in so that you can perhaps end up improving the human condition or for nefarious, perhaps, reasons. Right? To that extent, it seems like we are talking about AI in using a very dualistic language. On the one hand, we have humans, and then on the other hand, we have machines. And we are trying to understand the relationship between the two. But I would like to draw your attention now, because you said that, you know, especially when you're talking about students and resorting to AI and so forth, I want to bring to your attention to a person who has attempted to bridge that dualism, that dichotomy. And that person is an Israeli historian, author, public intellectual. His name is Yuval Noah Harari. He has a very interesting book. He has about 3 best-selling books, but one of the books I think is referred to as Homo Deus. That is an attempt for humans to convert themselves into some little gods. Homo Deus, a brief history of tomorrow. A brief history of tomorrow. And in that book, he is looking at the trends in technology. And one of the trends that he identifies is that there will come a time when instead of talking about machines and humans, you would have little microchips embedded in us. And that machines will be able to process a lot of information for us. It might increase our vision. It might perhaps allow us to understand what is happening with our bodies, troubleshooting all our illnesses and so forth and so on. So how would you say, how do you talk about that particular future that Hariri is trying to project to us, and how then might that perhaps disconfirm your worries about, students trying to steal and so forth and everything else using machines, where now you have them, a microchip that is embedded in you. It is part and parcel of you. It's thinking for you. And it's also enhancing your cognitive abilities, your affective abilities, name them. How do you respond to that? Thank you.
Okay, let's take another question.
Thank you, Dr. Juang. Juang or Cheng, yes. Just a follow-up to what Professor said. I was just thinking, and this is hypothetical, that human beings behave or know what's right and what's wrong based on their training. So kind of you could arguably say human beings can tell what is right and wrong based on their programming. So they have been programmed either from home, what their parents have told them, from their religious backgrounds, from their professions, all those trainings that we have gone through. So they tell you to differentiate between what is right and what's wrong. And so inevitably they instill values. You now can be able to tell, to have a value system. So our behaviors are programmed the same way the programming that goes into computers. Now, unlike human beings, computers are not easily errand. They follow instructions to the letter. So for argument's sake, you could say computers are more moral than human beings, because they will hardly go against the instructions that they have been given. Whereas human beings would go willingly against instructions and do what they know is wrong. Or do, for example, fail to be empathetic, fail to be fair. But a computer, once you tell it, or auto-program it, it will do as it is. So how you now say computers do not have a value system, I'm arguably saying it's not true. Thank you.
Hey, maybe instead of taking another one, let's answer those first. If doctor finishes answering before the other group comes, we'll continue taking more, okay? Because they are also finishing. So please answer those first. If we have more time, we'll take more, don't worry.
Sorry. That is the price I'm paying for being the last presenter. So I know there's so many questions. Thank you so much, Dr. Dikir. You have really expound on this, and I'm going to read that book. Now, when we reach the river, when we now have microchips in us, thinking for us, doing everything for us, knowing that you are tired, wake up. Your vision is getting blurred. You need to adjust your specs. It is too much alcohol in your system, too much coffee in your system. I think we are also going to be like robots. Yeah, because already you have something telling me what to do, which I should be conscious of. Because when I'm fatigued or have an headache, naturally with my body, I will feel that what is the source of this headache? What's the fatigue? Maybe I need to rest. Because these are human functions. But now when we have a microchip in us and is thinking for us, is doing everything for us, a human person must adjust to that robotic nature which has been given to him, which he has accepted to have.
But again, we are evolving beings. You never know, that's part of evolution which is coming in, and we need to adjust with it. But generally, going through that, I'll be skeptical about the role of human person who's a decision maker, who's creative, who's rational, who's able to judge. Microchips, we have talked about it, and even there was a problem in the capital of Nairobi where some people were to check on some issues about their eyes and everything. Whatever the case, it is technology, it's here with us. We cross the river when we reach there. When we reach there, we'll cross the river, but we are going to be in a robotic world. And the essential human nature and the human being shall have been lost, but you have to adjust with it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. When we accept that, let's accept to be slaves and sacrifice humanity and responsibility for the machine. So we cross the river when we reach there. When you say that machines can be moral than human beings because they are fed by information given by human beings, what if I feed a wrong data? That means the judgment is going to be wrong. So there's no way we can say that a human being can actually be replaced by a robot when it comes to judgment. The human beings actually, when they go wrong, they know. They have a conscience. Unless if you don't have a conscience, then you are a robot. You have a conscience that I lied. Yes, I pretended to this lady that I'm not married because, after all, I need a side chick. I know very well that I'm lying. A robot does not know that he's lying because he has been fed by information. A robot will know very well that 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, but when you feed a robot 1.2 plus 1 is equal to 2, that's what it's going to say. So algorithms which are in the robotic world cannot be said that they make judgment more than a human person. I still stand my ground that in judgment, in understanding, in value, a robot cannot make that judgment more than a human person because they replicate what is being fed to them. You feed the wrong information, garbage in, garbage out. There's no conscience about it. But personally, when I do something wrong, I know I've erred. Okay? Because we live in the age of consciousness. Okay.
Our other team members have arrived, so we are not going to take any more questions, but we can always continue interacting with our presenters.
After this, we'll have a social time just around and all that. Let's put our hands together and appreciate Dr. Ocheng. Inua mkono, angusha. Thank you very much, Dr. Ocheng. Let me take this time now to welcome the other team. Please come in now. Wenye mko nyuma ingieni, come in. So let's give them a space we settle so that we can conclude the day together.
Thank you for settling in quickly and quietly. I would like to request all the committee members who are planning for this day to kindly come forward as we do the conclusion. All those who are planning for this day, please come forward. As an MC who remained here, just to report to those who are from the other side, it was a very interactive day this side. It was very engaging, it was very insightful. We are very grateful to all the presenters who are presenting from this side. They were very stimulating, and we had I can say we have had a very fruitful day. Everybody got engaged, nobody got bored, and we were very stimulated. Mbuya, do you want to say something about how things went on your side?
Yes. So thank you for having held this particular place while we were, close to heaven. But we discovered we have to come back on earth. We had a good time in the other hall. Questions of philosophy never end, and so we have charged ourselves to continue interrogating further and indulging the presenters, because knowledge continues to grow and discoveries never end. And so it is a task to be continued, and we thank God for the privilege.
Sanyambeda, please kindly come to the podium. You are part of the planning committee. So, Dr. Ocheng is going to give us a word of appreciation, but before he comes to do that, also on my behalf and behalf of my fellow MC, Dr. Buya, we are very grateful for your cooperation. We have not encountered any difficulties for the day, and we have made our work very easy, and so we are very grateful as MCs of the day. Thank you very much. Just a small announcement that after this, we are going to have a group photo for all the presenters of the day. If you have been presented today, we are going to have a group photo outside there. Somewhere there, I see people taking photos there. And also with the committee. Any other people want to take photos after that? It's our day. You can line up there and take photos with whoever you want to take, your favorite presenter or anyone. So let's just have that nice conclusion for the day. Otherwise, this has been a very, very good day for us all. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you so much, Father Dominic. I'm just going to take maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of the great moments for us, philosophers in Kenya, and even outside Kenya, because we were discussing on the contemporary issue. This day cannot be celebrated without celebrating the people I've called in frontier. It has taken us 6 months to prepare for one day. And so I have to appreciate all the committee members, but more so the full-time faculty of Tangaza Institute of Philosophy. We were out of Nairobi, but they were busy making sure that everything has fallen in place. The full-time faculty, stand up, Dr. Etriga, and you have Sister Oliver, and Mr. Nyaga, and Father Dominic. They have been on the ground, and they have been doing a marvelous job. Clap for them. And also, ladies and gentlemen, I have to appreciate the work of the chairman of this committee, Father Etriga. He has been a keyboard warrior. Up to midnight, you can see him posting something,
That means some of us, when we wake up, when we are asleep, you realize that the keyboard warrior has sent a message, and we act accordingly. Clap for the trigger. In this committee, we divided ourselves, and all the sectors, everything has fallen in place. And this can be shown by the marvelous number which attended this symposium. We had a total of 333 people who attended this symposium. Let's clap for ourselves. I don't think if there is in history of Tangaza where we have such attendance. And we have to appreciate you, all those who came from different universities, Nazarene, Kisii, Kwea, Tangaza itself, Apostle of Jesus, Ekima, Consolata Institute, if some of you are here, and everybody from even KU, we have Technical University presented, University of Nairobi, it is well attended. So I really appreciate you, and we hope that next year's symposium is going to be better than this. We are going to budget for 500 people, and so please, it's going to be a philosophical discourse. Here, we speak philosophy, we speak reasoning. For those who are presented online and even physical, I hope the worry is that why the certificate? We are going to issue the certificate, and we will send it, we will scan it and send it to your emails. We have your contacts, so don't be disappointed. Okay? You'll get your certificates. Having thanked the committee, I really have to thank the following departments in the university, because this department could not work alone. I have to thank the finance department. They made sure that everything has fallen in place, and we are happy that Jacqueline, is Jacqueline around? She's not here with us, but those who are working with her tell her that we are saying thank you. We also have to thank the marketing department. They have done a marvelous job from the last 1 month. That is represented by Felix. Thank you so much. Then we also have the procurement department. Is Mike around? Mike, oh yes. Procurement department, thank you so much, Mike, where you are. And you also have to realize that when we came here, we had a lot of hunger in the morning, we had breakfast, then immediately after breakfast, we had lunch, and that is courtesy of the kitchen. Thank you so much, sister in charge of the kitchen, and all those who are working there. You made us finish this day with a lot of energy. So thank you so much, the kitchen people. We appreciate the work you have done. The food was okay, Sivo? The food was okay? Yes, so thank you. Then Moso Tangaza Institute of Philosophy is housed in the School of Theology. And for this one, for appreciation, I did not follow the protocol observed, so I followed the work done. So, yeah, I didn't want to follow the protocol because these men and women you see here, they have worked for 6 months, 6 good months. We are having meetings online, physical. Some of us are outside. Even if there are 4 people, they meet and everything. So that's the protocol I'm following here. So I thank also the Dean School of Theology, Jude. You have been here with us from morning. I don't know whether Father Jude is around. And he gave his speech. Thank you so much for the great job. And again, we thank our DVC, Planning and Finance, because everything which has been done today fell under his docket. Father Leo, we appreciate you. But above all, we have the one in charge of the whole university who actually opened the ceremony, and that is our Professor Monia, that the VC. We thank you so much, Father Monia. I hope you're following us, and we appreciate for giving us an environment where all of us could feel at home. We appreciate you all. Clap for them, those I've mentioned. Thank you so much. We have a routine that having presented the papers, we bring our heads together and we publish them. So we ask all those who presented the papers today that please, I know things are difficult and we have a lot to do. If we just let these papers go like that for the next 2 months, then just know that we are doomed. We are not going to get the original paper presented here. So please do the right thing, work on your paper and send it within 1 or 2 months so that everything should fall in place. Ladies and gentlemen, for you to hear me talk, or anybody talking in this place, connected online, Professor Shang and others, Chuloi, online and others, it means that there are forces behind all these issues or artificial intelligence. And therefore, we must thank the ICT people. Where's Maureen? Maureen, are you around? She was around here. That has been our lady who's in charge of ICT. Then we have Eric, who has been also with us. And Shadrach, are you around? Yeah, those are the ICT people. They have made sure that even if there is an hitch, we had an hitch here and within 1 minute, we are communicating. I know if people have been other places, we will have waited for 30 minutes for the internet to come in or to come back. So we appreciate the good job. And anybody who have not mentioned, thank you. Those who have attended, thank you. Because without you, this symposium could not have been a success. We thank you so much. We appreciate you. And when we just advertise for the next symposium, please, we want to see you presenting. And I'm giving a challenge to Dr. Dikir that you are going to be our next keynote speaker. Please, okay? Yeah, because you are next to the previous keynote speaker. So you are the next. The last keynote speaker was Oriare Nyarwath. Today, we thank our keynote speakers. Professor, thank you so much from Moi University. When you go back, greet them. Dr. Winom, we thank you so much. I know Nairobi is very cold for you because you come from Kilifi. Anytime we are in Coast, welcome us. Thank you so much for finding time to come. And everybody who is present. All our students, thank you so much. Our students have been equal to the task. You see, my friend is here, everything. I like the formation which is given to the student in this institute. So thank you so much, I appreciate you. And anything or anybody who wants to say something? Well, the committee members, I'm now introducing them to you so that you know them. Father Dominic, stand. Is the one in charge of communication department. Then the second one on the right is Dr. Nyambeda, Sister Nyambeda, from Catholic University of Eastern Africa. Yes, so Alvin was the one in charge of the student coordination. Thank you so much. You'll be the superior, don't worry. That's how we start leadership. And my friend, your name? Martin. And so thank you so much. They have coordinated the students well, and you can see it's a committee which is not segregating students. Then I have also Mr. Nyaga, who is the director, the Institute of Philosophy, but the sister section where we are offering philosophy with focus in peace and security studies. So when you want diploma or civil degree in philosophy, please don't hesitate to talk to Mr. Nyaga. Then we have the full faculty, Sister Oliver. Yes, Sister Oliver, Dr. Sister Oliver is also full faculty of the Institute of Philosophy here. Again, we have
Dr. Caroline Boya from the Technical University of Kenya. Thank you so much, madam, for coming and also coordinating everything has fallen in place. And our chair and the chair of the committee is the Director, Institute of Philosophy in Tangaza University, Father Dr. Etriga Munguchi. Then we have Father Dr. Namunga, who is also a full faculty in Tangaza University College, School of Theology. Then the last one is Dr. Odinga. Are they going to see you there? You can come here, they see you see? Yeah. So, he's the one who has been in charge of African Institute, Minimal Institute of African Studies. We hope that one day, Dr. Odinga, you revamp the department, because we need to teach our brothers and sisters African philosophy and African worldview. So you can see the committee is inter-university. It is not a committee of one institute. It is inter-university. Oh, and myself, okay, I've forgotten myself. I'm Ojuangu Ching, and I'm a full faculty at Kisii University, Department of Philosophy and Religious Studies. Thank you so much. With that, we end it there, and we want to see you next year on 28th of January. Thank you so much. Clap for ourselves. Thank you. And we are going to end it with a word of prayer from Father Dr. Namunga. Thank you so much.
Can we stand up? God, our creator, designer, Alpha and Omega of artificial intelligence, sanctifier, savior, we are grateful to your spirit who has guided us during this symposium. We pray that what we have discussed, deliberated upon, reflected on, may be for your greater glory. Make our prayer through Jesus Christ our Lord. St. Thomas Aquinas, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit.
So the presenters, please don't be in a hurry to leave. We want to take a group photo for memory. We will do it outside there, just outside the building. Tangaza, please.